Hey guys. Tonight, we're stepping into a world you probably didn't think much about: medieval nuns, their secret lives, and the scandals they were often tangled in. Imagine you've just entered one of those towering stone buildings, walls thick and cold, where silence reigns, and prayers echo through the halls. The flicker of candlelight casts long shadows, and you've got this quiet sense of tension in the air, like something's just not quite right. The life of a medieval nun is the stuff of legends, or more accurately, the stuff of history that people would rather forget. You probably won't survive this history seriously. It's a far cry from any convent you might imagine today. Sure, there were vows of chastity, silence, and obedience to God. But beneath the surface, it was a different story. The nuns, behind their high stone walls, were often deeply conflicted, struggling with their sacred vows, while human nature tugged at their every move. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, drop your location and local time in the comments. I'm always curious where you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You walk the long corridors of a medieval nunnery. The stone walls are thick, casting shadows that stretch long into the gloom. The scent of incense is heavy, wafting from the small burners at the altar. But the deeper you go, the more the air feels charged, as though the stillness around you is holding something back. You can almost hear the whisper of secrets, too soft for the eyes of any prying monks or the stern abbess, but loud enough to shake the foundation of the sacred silence. Nuns in medieval Europe weren't just holy women devoting their lives to God. They were often young, vulnerable, and deeply human. Sure, many took vows and truly believed in their faith, but there were others who couldn't escape their own desires, yearnings that were in direct conflict with their spiritual vows. Historians still argue whether the vows of chastity in medieval nunneries were really as strictly observed as the Church would have us believe. The truth, however, often lurked beneath layers of veils and prayers. What went on behind closed doors was far more salacious than most texts would let on. These women were not locked away in some distant corner of society. Disconnected from the world, nunneries, while meant to be places of divine retreat, also became hotbeds of rumors, gossip, and forbidden passions. Think about it. Young women, away from the watchful eyes of family and the distractions of the outside world, placed in a setting designed to heighten their devotion to God. But what happens when the heart and body still yearn for something far more human? There was an undeniable tension between the sacred vows of chastity and the worldly temptations that were part of everyday life. In the silence of their secluded rooms, forbidden acts often unfolded in the dark of night. Sure, the abbesses were keen on maintaining the reputation of their communities, but the human elements of longing and temptation were difficult to silence entirely. And just how far could a nun go to satisfy those urges without facing the wrath of the Church? Well, let's just say there were many who pushed the boundaries. Some even sneaking illicit lovers in through the back door, both of the convent and of the soul. Historians still debate how common these scandals were in the medieval Church. But one thing is clear: they existed. The most notorious cases usually surfaced when the secret lives of these women unraveled, Often, in a spectacular and public way, the scandalous nature of their actions, the forbidden love, the illicit encounters, and the secrecy was both thrilling and terrifying, drawing attention not just from the church, but from the surrounding communities that whispered about their transgressions. But let's get back to the life of the nuns themselves, away from the gossip and the whispers of outside eyes. Their days were filled with routine prayer, manual labor, contemplation, and isolation. A nun's life wasn't an easy one, but those very restrictions set the stage for a different kind of rebellion. Could these women find peace in devotion? Or did the reality of their humanity, their fleshly desires, constantly demand something more? As we walk deeper into the corridors of history, we'll come to understand how the lives of medieval nuns weren't just about self-denial, but about struggle and rebellion. Their bodies, though dedicated to God, would frequently betray them. And as we explore these secretive nuns, we'll find that the clash between their devotion and desires often led to scandalous affairs that were whispered about for generations. So, imagine for a moment that you are in their shoes. You've made your vows, donned your habit, and are now living a life of seclusion. Yet, there are moments when the quietude of the convent feels like a prison. When your heart races, not with devotion, but with desire. You don't have to go far to see what I mean, just a glance out the window, where the outside world carries on without you. Might be all it takes to bring that yearning to the surface. The medieval nun was not just a figure in a religious context. She was a woman. And often, a woman struggling with very human emotions. And in that struggle, often came the temptation, the whispers, and yes, the scandals that we'll explore tonight. You can feel the tension now, can't you? The invisible line that pulls between the vows these women made and the realities of the world they lived in. It's like a constant tug of war between faith and flesh, devotion and desire. And imagine what it must have felt like, the isolation of the convent, where every day was a series of chants, prayers, and work, each hour more monotonous than the last. But underneath the rhythm of this pious life, the longing for something more, something forbidden, grew. You see, when you take a vow of chastity, it's not just about abstaining from sex. It's about keeping every earthly desire, every flicker of attraction or affection, completely under control. And that's not easy at all. The body, after all, doesn't always listen to the brain, and the heart can still race even in the quietest of moments. The nuns knew that better than anyone. Imagine walking into the convent for the first time, young, hopeful, and ready to devote yourself entirely to God, only to find yourself facing a constant battle inside. You're surrounded by women who share your goal, but also by an entire world of forbidden allure that you can't escape, and that's where things get complicated. You have the isolation of the convent, the strict vows, the long hours of devotion, and then you have those moments, those fleeting, quiet moments when a young, attractive priest or monk walks by. The temptation is subtle at first. Maybe it's a glance shared between the two of you. Maybe it's the fleeting touch during a prayer service. But before long, it escalates. Historians still argue whether the vows of chastity were ever meant to be entirely strict, or if the church turned a blind eye to the passions that naturally rose in these secluded communities. Some even say that the church, despite its harshness, may have known about these affairs and simply ignored them, choosing to keep the scandals in-house, lest they lose control of their powerful institutions. The abbesses, those who were supposed to guide and protect these women, weren't always the saints they appeared to be either. While many abbesses did their best to maintain order, some were said to turn a blind eye to the sexual misconduct within their walls, especially if it helped maintain power or influence. Think about it. The abbess had control over the nuns, the power to decide who entered and left, and to some extent, who the nuns interacted with. If an abbess was sympathetic to certain relationships, or even had her own secret liaisons, she might have protected the more rebellious nuns, or simply turned a blind eye to keep the peace in her convent. But the scandals didn't stay in the shadows forever. No. Eventually, things went awry. A forbidden relationship here. A stolen kiss there. Soon, the whispers spread, reaching the ears of the church. The medieval church wasn't just about spiritual guidance. It had its hands firmly in the control of social matters. Power, politics, and religion were all intertwined. And if a nun or priest stepped out of line, there would be consequences. The church could excommunicate, punish, or even imprison. But let's talk about the forbidden love that slipped into these nunneries. A tale that was passed around with hushed tones during dinner and shared over flickering candles after evening prayers. The story of the nun and her lover, how they met, how they shared glances, and eventually, how they found each other in secret meetings. Historians have uncovered multiple accounts where nuns wrote illicit letters to men outside the convent, or even received letters from priests, monks, or laymen, promising secret rendezvous under the cover of night. Some of these passionate encounters may have been brief, while others were rumored to have gone on for years, even involving elaborate cover-ups by sympathetic church officials. The nuns, young and naive as they were, often found themselves caught in these illicit webs. They didn't just want companionship, they wanted affection, a deep connection that could only come from someone who wasn't bound by the same vows they were. And as the forbidden love blossomed, it grew not just in secrecy, but in intensity. Every stolen glance, every whispered word, became more than just temptation. It became a defiance of the very system that was supposed to protect them. And, let's be honest, what was a monk to do in such a situation? There were some stories of monks, too, who found themselves caught in the same tangled web. After all, what's the difference between a man bound by vows of celibacy and a woman who has sworn to stay chaste? Desire is a powerful thing, and it doesn't take much for it to turn into something more when left unchecked. You can imagine the excitement of a forbidden kiss, or the thrill of whispered words that shouldn't have been said. It was like a game, but with consequences that could be deadly. When these secrets were discovered, the nuns involved were often subjected to severe punishment, excommunication, imprisonment, or worse. Now, these weren't just occasional incidents. There were numerous reports of nuns who, over time, developed full-blown relationships with monks or local clergy. Some of these relationships were found out by the church authorities, and the fallout was brutal. Entire convents were disbanded, and the women involved were often sent away to live out their days in shame. The church, of course, tried to cover up these scandals, but it wasn't always successful. After all, the idea of women locked away in monasteries and convents, taking vows of chastity, only to be caught in forbidden liaisons with the men of the church, that was hard to keep quiet. Historians still debate whether these affairs were just the actions of a few isolated individuals, or if this was a common occurrence across medieval Europe. Some believe that nuns were simply human, caught in a system that forced them to ignore natural desires. Others argue that the scandalous nature of these relationships was exaggerated to preserve the sanctity of the church and its institutions. After all, exposing the church to scandal was a dangerous game. Some even say that the church itself may have been involved in covering up these illicit romances, turning a blind eye to maintain its grip on power. As these stories unfold, we begin to see the blurred line between holiness and the flesh. The nuns of medieval Europe lived lives that were full of contradictions. They were devoted to God, but often, their hearts and bodies were loyal to something else, something much more human. The story of forbidden love in these convents is a testament to the complexity of medieval life, a life where passion, power, and piety were constantly at odds. The temptation was always there, hidden beneath the veil of silence and devotion, waiting for the right moment to emerge, to make its mark on history. As you drift deeper into the hidden, shadowed corners of the convent, it's hard to ignore how powerful the allure of secrecy and desire was. Medieval nuns weren't just locked away in their quiet cells, praying day in and day out. These women were living, breathing human beings, filled with emotions, désir, and let's face it, natural curiosity. It didn't matter how many vows they took, how many hours they spent in devotion to God. The pull of the outside world full of passion, love, and human touch was just too strong to ignore for some. Take, for instance, the tale of the forbidden love affair that grew within one particular convent, one that stretched on for years. Imagine the nuns as they went about their daily duties, not in isolation but connected to the larger world in ways that their vows could never truly sever. Among the everyday rituals, you begin to hear whispers of a particular Nuna, younger woman, who, for reasons known only to her heart, began to develop a deep affection for one of the local monks. Historians have debated the extent of their relationship, as it's become something of a legend. Some claim it was just fleeting moments of stolen glances, an innocent gesturisa touch here, a smile there. Others argue that their love was much deeper, stretching beyond physical desire and into something that rivaled the strongest of emotional connections. The truth remains a bit murky, but what is clear is that this wasn't an isolated incident. This was happening in convents across medieval Europe, although it was carefully hidden beneath layers of silence and secrecy. No matter how much the church tried to suppress it, love and desire found a way to blossom. It's easy to imagine their stolen conversations, those quiet words exchanged during the hours of prayer. When the candles flickered and the world outside seemed far away, they spoke not only of faith but of their hopes, their dreams, their desires. These were moments when they allowed themselves to remember what it was like to be human, to be connected to another person, not by shared vows, but by shared feelings of affection and longing. In these secret exchanges, something sacred was twisted into something carnal, something illicit. And yet, In their eyes, it was love. One of the most fascinating parts of these relationships was the secrecy surrounding them. The very fact that these nuns were breaking the sacred rules they had vowed to uphold speaks to the level of control that the church exercised over their lives. And yet, in the dark of night, they were able to defy that control, creating their own forbidden worlds. Historians still argue whether the secrecy itself, the hidden messages, the late-night meetings was a form of resistance, or simply a necessary part of their love story. Some say these women were desperate for affection, while others believe they were actually rebelling against a system that didn't allow them to be fully human. The real turning point came when one of the nuns, who had been involved in one of these secret relationships, became pregnant. The revelation was shocking, not only because it was a clear violation of the chastity vow, but because it represented a deep betrayal of the trust the church had placed in these women. The fallout was swift and brutal. The nun was excommunicated, and the monk her lover was sent away. His position in the church revoked. The scandal spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the local community and beyond. But what's truly captivating about this story, and others like it, is how quickly these hidden lives fell apart once the truth came to light. It wasn't just about breaking vows, it was about breaking the illusion of piety that the church had worked so hard to maintain. The nuns weren't supposed to be vulnerable, to experience human emotions like love or desire. They were supposed to be steadfast in their devotion to God. But the human heart, it seems, is a little more complicated than that. You can imagine the gossip that followed. The stories were spread in hushed voices in the local taverns, in the churches, in the very walls of the convent itself. People whispered about the nun and the monk, their secret meetings, and the betrayal of their vows. The church's reaction was swift and unforgiving. The woman was sent away in disgrace, forced to live the rest of her life in shame. The monk, too, he was cast out, his reputation destroyed. The church couldn't afford to have its sacred institution sits, promises of celibacy and devotion undermined by such a scandal. But despite the church's punishment, the whispers of their love continued to spread, becoming a part of the church's darker history. The truth is, the church wasn't just punishing these women for breaking vows, it was punishing them for showing a side of themselves that wasn't meant to be seen. The church, with all its power, had long worked to suppress the very humanity of its nuns. And when one of them dared to break free from that suppression, it was more than just a transgression. It was a threat to the order, to the structure, and to the control that the church held over its followers. The question remains, how common were these secret love affairs between nuns and monks? Historians still debate that very question. Some believe these acts were far more frequent than the church would have ever admitted, and that they were simply swept under the rug, covered by silence and fear. Others argue that these were isolated incidents, rare and extreme cases that didn't reflect the larger reality of monastic life. Either way, what remains clear is that these scandals, these forbidden loves, offer us a glimpse into the complexities of life in the medieval church. They remind us that behind the pious facades of monasticism, there were real human desires, real human emotions, and real human actions that often defied the very rules they had promised to uphold. As we continue to walk through the shadowy halls of these convents, we'll see that these stories aren't just about scandal. They're about the deep, often painful contradictions of human nature. and the lengths people will go to in order to pursue love, connection, and passion, no matter the consequences. Now, let's step back into the labyrinthine hallways of the convents, where silence reigned, but passion often slipped through the cracks. We're going to focus on the nunneries themselves, those places that were intended to be havens of piety, devotion, and holy contemplation. But, oh, these spaces were anything but saintly all the time. They were often strange, complicated places where secrecy thrived. And not just any kind of secrecy, the kind that fueled the scandalous affairs of the very women who had taken the most sacred vows. When you think of a medieval nunnery, you probably envision serene stone buildings, covered in ivy, isolated from the rest of society. And yes, that's true. In a way, these women were kept away from the distractions of the outside world. But what gets glossed over is how those very walls meant to protect them from temptation became a space for temptation to thrive. You see, some nuns didn't just passively endure their isolation. No. Some of them used the convent's boundaries to their advantage, finding hidden corners where they could secretly meet lovers and continue their forbidden liaisons. The quiet, secluded areas of the nunnery were prime for these secretive encounter, small, forgotten rooms tucked away behind dark wooden doors. The kind that led only to whispered promises and stolen moments of passion. Historians still argue about the role of the nunneries as secret havens for illicit relationships. Some argue that these places were designed to serve as protective refuges, keeping women away from the harmful influences of the outside world. But in reality, for many, it became clear that the isolation of these nunneries created a vacuum where desire could be nurtured in secret, away from prying eyes. There's something almost paradoxical about it. Women, surrounded by vows of chastity, living in close quarters, with little more than a veil separating them from the world beyond, finding ways to reach out for the very thing they were sworn to avoid: intimacy. Consider, too, the role of the outside world. These nunneries weren't entirely cut off from society. While the nuns lived cloistered lives, the convents were often located near bustling towns, and travelers would pass through. The opportunity for meetings with the outside world, mostly priests, monks, and, occasionally, other men, was constant. If you had a secret, the monastery might just be the place to hide it. Some nuns, you could imagine, took full advantage of the opportunities provided by these external influences. They weren't always simply trying to resist their desires. Sometimes, their desires were being nurtured, deliberately fed, in the hidden spaces of their convents. Let's take a moment to think about the role of secrecy in these relationships. For those who were involved in these illicit liaisons, secrecy was not just a necessity, it was part of the thrill. Imagine, for a moment, slipping away from your sisters, under the guise of prayer or rest, to meet in the shadows with a monk or a fellow nun who shared your passion. The very act of being hidden from the watchful eyes of the abbess and the rest of the convent made these relationships all the more intoxicating. They weren't just breaking vows, they were playing a dangerous game. This clandestine nature, the thrill of secrecy, fueled these relationships in a way that was as much about power and rebellion as it was about love. But what happens when the secret becomes too big to keep hidden? The whispers begin. Of course, even in the quiet of a convent, Nothing truly stays secret for long. Nuns may have had their veils and their quiet cells, but the pulse of the convent was still alive with rumor. The walls had ears. The hushed tones of the other nuns. The furtive glances exchanged. When someone walked by, these were the first signs of scandal. When one nun started to slip away, when she became less present in the communal prayers, when she started to look more flushed in the mornings, others noticed. And when another nun, or perhaps even a priest, became involved in these secretive trysts, the chain of secrecy often began to unravel. Historians still debate the extent of the scandal that spread through some of the more prominent nunneries. Some suggest that the reputation of these institutions was built on a very fragile, very false image of purity. The reality was far more complex. The nunneries became the stage for some of the most audacious acts of defiance. And when the scandals inevitably came to light, the church had to deal with the fallout, but often in very specific, controlled ways. The church's response to such affairs was, of course, harsh. The nuns involved would be punished, sometimes severely excommunication, isolation, or even public humiliation. And yet, the church was often aware that these things were happening. They simply didn't want to admit it. After all, what does it say about the church if its most sacred institutions, like the nunneries, are embroiled in illicit love affairs? How could they continue to promote the ideal of chastity when the very women who swore to uphold it were breaking the rules? One of the most curious things about these nuns, in the context of these scandals, is the role of power. Yes, the nuns may have been breaking their vows, but they were doing so within a system that gave them very little control over their own lives. Their relationships, illicit as they were, could sometimes offer a small window of empowerment in an otherwise controlled existence. In these stolen moments with lovers, nuns may have been reclaiming something of their autonomy, taking back control over their bodies, over their desires, in a way that their vows never allowed them to do. One story stands out among the countless whispers and rumors. It's of a young nun who was so caught in her forbidden affair that she would sneak out of the convent under the cover of darkness. She would meet her lover, a monk from a nearby abbey, in the woods surrounding the convent. For months, they carried on their affair in complete secrecy until they were discovered. The church's punishment was swift. They were separated, and the nun was sent away, her reputation destroyed. But years later, her story continued to haunt the convent where she had once lived. It became one of the most talked about scandals in the area, adding to the growing narrative of forbidden love within the sacred walls of the nunnery. And that's the thing. These stories, like the nun and her monk, became the fuel for the fire of scandal that raged beneath the surface of the medieval church. The reality of the nuns' lives was far more complex than anyone dared to admit. Their desires, their hidden lives, and their rebellions shaped their experiences in ways the church could not contain. So, as we delve deeper into these stories, these hidden lives, we realize that the convents, with all their piety and chastity, were not as pure as they seemed. Behind every quiet prayer and sacred vow, there were nuns who were living their own versions of forbidden love, defying the very institution that held their fates in its hands. Their passion, whether secret or scandalous, remains one of the most intriguing human elements of their stories, you can almost feel the weight of secrecy creeping in again. Can't you? It's as if the very stone walls of these nunneries were built not only to keep the outside world at bay, but also to keep in check the desires that burned quietly beneath the surface. With every passing day, the vows of chastity, silence, and obedience were a little thinner. The human heart, after all, doesn't conform easily to rules meant to suppress its most basic instincts. As you step deeper into the history of these medieval women, one thing becomes clear. These weren't isolated cases. There were multiple accounts of forbidden love, secret trysts, and desires that couldn't be suppressed by prayer or walls. For the nuns, the convent offered a place where both their piety and their sexuality were forced into constant, uncomfortable competition with one another. A place where both sacred and profane longings could not simply coexist, they clashed. And when they did, the results were often explosive, leaving behind ripples of scandal that would reverberate throughout their communities. Consider how the nature of secrecy was woven into the very fabric of convent life. These weren't just isolated acts of lust and rebellion, they were deeply embedded in the rhythms of everyday life. The nuns, who spent their days in service to God, would often find themselves sneaking away in the quiet hours of the night, slipping out of their cells to meet their lovers. Monks, who shared the same secret desires, perhaps these secret meetings began innocently enough, a touch of the hand here, a glance that lingered a moment too long there. But before long, these small moments escalated into something more: stolen kisses, whispered confessions, and lovemaking that seemed all the more forbidden for being tucked away in the shadows of the convent. The human urge to love and be loved knows no bounds, and the more the church tried to keep nuns away from it, the more they longed for it. The very same power that the church held over the nuns, their isolation, their seclusion, was exactly what fueled these secretive, passionate moments. These nuns didn't need to break free from the world, they simply found a way to bring the world in. Historians still argue whether these affairs were driven solely by sexual desire, or if they were also a desperate attempt to seek emotional connection. The life of a nun was often lonely. Many of these women were young, just barely past adolescence, and placed in an environment where they were forbidden from forming attachments outside of the convent. It's hard to imagine that the very nature of this forced isolation didn't lead to strong emotional bonds with the people they saw most often: the monks, the priests, and even their fellow nuns. When that bond deepened, when physical attraction entered the equation, it didn't take much for it to grow into something more than just a brief lapse in judgment. The church's reaction to these affairs was often swift and brutal. When such relationships came to light, the consequences were severe. The nuns involved would often be excommunicated, their vows declared null and void, and they would be cast out of the convent, an unimaginable fate for someone who had committed themselves to religious life. The monks who participated weren't always treated any differently. They, too, could be punished, stripped of their positions, and forced into exile or penance. Yet despite these punishments, the desire remained, and many nuns and monks alike still found ways to carry on their relationships in secret. It was as if the act of rebellion itself became part of the attraction. The thrill of defying the church's authority added a sense of power to the love they shared. These secret affairs were more than just physical transgressions. They were acts of emotional rebellion. By engaging in relationships that went against the very vows they had taken, These nuns were rejecting the church's control over their personal lives. They were claiming a piece of their own agency, something that had been stripped from them the moment they donned their habits. It was a quiet act of resistance, an assertion of their humanity in a world that sought to diminish it. But what happened when the church couldn't keep up with the growing tide of scandal? Well, eventually, the secrecy became too difficult to maintain, and the whispers grew louder. The truth would come to light. And when it did, it would unravel not only the lives of the nuns involved, but the very fabric of the convent itself. The church's own hypocrisy, its attempts to maintain a facade of purity, while its own clergy were often as involved in these scandals as the nuns themselves, would eventually lead to public outcry. Some might say that the church was complicit in these transgressions, turning a blind eye to the reality of human desire. Others argue that the clergy were just as human as the nuns, succumbing to the same temptations. The fact remains that many of these stories, scandalous as they were, didn't end in complete destruction. In some cases, the nuns involved in these relationships were allowed to return to their convents. Albeit unter strikt Supervision. They were forgiven. But the stories of their transgressions would follow them for the rest of their lives. In other cases, the affair was uncovered too late, and the damage was irreversible. These women were often left without any place in society, stripped of their identity as nuns, and cast into a world that had no place for them. As we continue through these stories, the most captivating part is the duality of the nuns' lives, the image of the pious woman, devout in her vows, stands in stark contrast to the passionate, sometimes reckless desires that these women secretly harbored. These nuns were not just figures of religious devotion, they were human beings with complex emotions and needs. And the power of those needs cannot be underestimated. They couldn't be erased by prayer, and they couldn't be locked away in the convents forever. The paradox of the medieval nun is that, even in her most secluded, holy state, she was not immune to the same temptations that governed the rest of society. The very institution meant to suppress these desires only heightened the thrill of breaking the rules. And in these secret, hidden corners of the convent, love wild, messy, and human found its way into the most unexpected places. Now, let's go deeper. The tension between the sacred and the profane, the vow of chastity and the pull of desire, wasn't just something that nuns quietly struggled with in their personal thoughts. It was embedded in the very fabric of convent life. These women were meant to live in perpetual devotion, each moment a reflection of their commitment to God, and each action supposed to be governed by a higher calling. Yet, in the midst of this, their human desire surged sometimes quietly, sometimes more audaciously. But how did they reconcile this inner struggle? How did a nun who made a vow of chastity deal with the constant tension between that vow and the very human emotions of attraction, love, and yearning? It wasn't just about sneaking away for a secret rendezvous under the cover of darkness. It was about the ways in which these women internally negotiated their desires. Some may have thought of it as a momentary lapse of judgment, while others believed that they were merely indulging in the humanity they were forced to suppress, a rebellious act of defiance, or a vesperity plea for connection. Historians continue to debate. And then, of course, there's the famous debate. Was this behavior truly an act of rebellion against the Church's laws? Or was it something more complicated, perhaps a response to the emotional and psychological toll of forced celibacy. After all, many nuns, especially those from noble or wealthy families, were sent to convents as young girls. Often against their will, they were placed in an environment where they were expected to suppress not just sexual desires, but also their emotional needs, cutting them off from any connection with the outside world. The very act of joining a convent, then, we could sometimes feel like a life sentence zone that was supposed to bring the nun closer to God, but instead drove many to experience loneliness and frustration. It's in these spaces of isolation that desire most often took root. When nuns spent their days working together, praying together, and living in close proximity to one another, it was inevitable that emotional bonds would form. After all, who else did they have to rely on? These women, isolated from men and the outside world, sought affection and comfort from the very people who were supposed to be their sisters in faith. In this emotional closeness, desire blossomed, and sometimes that desire led to physical acts that were supposed to be completely forbidden. One of the most curious aspects of these forbidden relationships was how many of them developed not out of simple lust, but out of genuine emotional intimacy. You see, when someone is denied physical affection for so long, something shifts. The human heart doesn't simply shut down. Over time, affection can become something far more powerful, an emotional bond that is mistaken for love, and sometimes even mistaken for spiritual connection. These nuns, in many cases, he didn't just desire their lovers, they cared for them deeply. In a way, their relationships were driven not just by physical attraction, but by a longing for companionship, for tenderness, for a sense of belonging. It's easy to imagine the kinds of relationships that formed under these circumstances. You could picture two nuns, perhaps younger, perhaps lonely, spending quiet hours together, speaking in hushed tones, holding each other's hands in the silence of their cells. It might have begun innocently, with conversations about faith, about life in the convent. But as time went on, their shared moments became more intimate, more emotionally charged. Their connection deepened, and with it, their desires. Some nuns weren't just drawn to each other, they were also attracted to the monks, priests, and laymen who occasionally visited the convents. While the nuns were often kept apart from men, the very few opportunities they had to interact with them, the occasional guest priest, the traveling monk, could lead to intense moments of connection. With so much time spent in isolation, it only took one glance, one touch, to ignite a spark. And once that spark was lit, it could quickly turn into a full-blown affair, with secret meetings. Letters passed between the convent and the outside world, and stolen moments of passion. But what happened when those secret relationships became too obvious to ignore? When the whispers of affection, or the sight of a monk leaving the convent in the early hours of the morning, began to fuel rumors. In some cases, it was a slow burn, something that started quietly and only grew louder as others noticed the strange looks, the unspoken connection between the nuns and their lovers. In other cases, the revelation of an affair came like a flash of lightning, striking the convent with an intensity that left everything in its wake. When such scandals broke, the reaction from the church was severe. The nuns involved were often subjected to public shaming, forced to leave their convents, or worse, sent to live out the rest of their days in some remote part of the church's domain, stripped of their titles and their privileges. In some rare cases, these women were forgiven and allowed to continue in their religious lives. But that was the exception, not the rule. Once their affairs came to light, there was no turning back. The church's punishment was swift, designed not just to punish the individual transgressors, but to serve as a warning to others. The public nature of these punishments only served to reinforce the idea that nuns who broke their vows weren't just guilty of personal failure, they were guilty of betraying the very trust and sanctity of the church itself. And yet, despite the harsh punishments, the desire didn't disappear. These scandals were more than just transgressions. They were the consequence of a deeply human struggle. The church's strict rules, designed to control and suppress, often had the opposite effect. They fueled desire and rebellion. Even though the church fought hard to maintain its grip on these women, those very same women resisted in their own ways. In some cases, they couldn't help but live out their passions. Even if it meant risking everything, they couldn't escape their hearts. The desire for intimacy, for affection. He was far stronger than any vow or rule. As we walk through the history of these nuns, it's clear that the contrast between their sacred vows and their natural desires wasn't just a personal struggle, was part of the very tension that made their lives so compelling. Their stories are a reminder of the complexity of human nature, the battle between devotion and desire, and the ways in which even the most sacred institutions couldn't control what it meant to be human. So now we find ourselves at a crossroads in the story, where the whispers of scandal have woven themselves into the fabric of convent life, making it almost impossible to ignore the realities that lay beneath the surface of religious devotion. The heart of the issue isn't just that nuns broke their vows, or that they sought affection in the arms of monks and lovers outside the convent's walls. It's that the desire to experience human connection, the longing for intimacy, was so strong, so undeniable, that it couldn't be smothered by the structure of religious life. At the center of this scandalous web lies one simple question: why did these nuns, these women who had taken vows of chastity and devoted their lives to God, find themselves in such desperate pursuit of human affection? The answer is far from simple, and it goes far beyond the realm of sexual desire. For many of these women, the convent was a place of refuge from the outside world, but it was also a place of suffocating isolation. Imagine being shut away in a stone building with few visitors, separated from society, and cut off from the very bonds that make you feel truly alive. The bonds of family, of community, of romantic connection. These are the things that give life texture. Without them, you would begin to wither, even in the name of religious devotion. For many nuns, their journey into the convent was a personal one, but it was also one imposed upon them by their families. These women weren't always given a choice. Many were sent to the convent as young girls, sometimes as an act of piety or as a way to ensure that a family's wealth was protected, often without much say in the matter. The vows they took were not always driven by a deep personal desire for spiritual enlightenment, but by the pressures of their family or society. So, when these young women entered the convents, they did so not with the calm, reflective attitude of those who were voluntarily choosing a life of devotion, but with a sense of duty that was mixed with confusion and sometimes resentment. And who can blame them? These women were locked away from the very world they might have naturally longed to experience. And as time went on, their desires began to seep through the cracks in their vows. The closeness of the nuns to one another in these isolated spaces only made matters more complicated. Imagine spending years, décades 7, in such close proximity to the same women working, praying, and living together without the possibility of venturing out into the world. The bonds of affection that formed were almost inevitable. These women became the closest thing to family for one another, and, in the silence of their private moments, desires often grew that had nothing to do with faith and everything to do with the deep human need for connection. Take, for example, the way some nuns began to lean on one another for comfort, affection, and intimacy, not just as sisters in faith, but as women who were deeply in need of love. These weren't just passing fancies or momentary lapses, they were relationships that could span years, involving profound emotional bonds and secretive exchanges. These bonds, however, were often built in the shadows of piety, and the acts that followed were not just about breaking a vow of chastity, but also about seeking something that went beyond the physicala, deeper connection that transcended the walls of the convent. These relationships weren't always immediately recognized for what they were. In the convent, everything was about maintaining the illusion of purity and devotion. So, when nuns engaged in relationships with one another, or with the priests and monks who visited, the actions had to remain hidden. The danger was in being discovered not just because of the physical acts, but because the Church could not allow such displays of human weakness to exist under its watchful eye. If the nuns were caught, the consequences were dire. Excommunication, punishment, and loss of reputation were often swift and merciless, making the secrecy all the more essential. One of the most fascinating aspects of these secret relationships was the role of the confessional. The confessional, which was meant to offer spiritual guidance and absolution, often became a space for nuns to confess not just their sins, but their desires. In a way, the confessional became both a source of spiritual cleansing and a doorway through which the nuns could make their desires known, even if it was only to another human being behind a screen. The priest, often a man who had sworn chastity himself, was an essential figure in this dance between piety and desire. Sometimes the priest was complicit, turning a blind eye to the secret affections of the nuns, and sometimes the confession itself was a way of acknowledging desires that couldn't be acted on, at least not without risking everything. But what happens when these secrets finally burst into the open? When a forbidden love affair is discovered, there's no way to keep the illusion of purity intact. These relationships often shattered the image of the devoted, chaste nun, making it impossible for the Church to ignore the true nature of human relationships. The Church had to step in, not just to punish the individuals involved, but to maintain its power and influence over the nuns. The Church wasn't just about spirituality, it was about control. And when the control slipped, when the walls of secrecy collapsed, the result was a ripple effect that reverberated far beyond the walls of the convent. It's easy to imagine the devastation of these women, who had built relationships in the shadows, only to have them torn apart in the light of the Church's punishment. But in some ways, the emotional toll of these punishments was not just on the nuns themselves, it was on the very fabric of the convents and the Church that held them. The Church had to grapple with the fact that the women it had so carefully placed under its control were, in fact, deeply human. They weren't just vessels of spiritual devotion. They were women with desires, needs, and emotions that couldn't be contained by vows or walls. In the end, the true cost of these scandals wasn't just about the lives of the nuns involved. It was about the Church's own complicated relationship with desire, with the human heart, and with its ability to control what could never truly be contained. The nuns' desire for connection, for love, and for intimacy ultimately revealed the cracks in the Church's own facade of purity. As we continue through the labyrinth of secrecy and rebellion, the question that hangs in the air is a simple one. How could these women who had sworn to live in isolation and chastity find themselves entangled in such forbidden, passionate affairs? What made them break their vows, defy the very institutions that held their lives in check? The answer isn't simple, nor is it just about desire. It's about control, power, and the human need for connection that cannot be fully suppressed by rules or walls. In many ways, the convents were designed to be places of complete devotion to God. The lives of nuns were meant to be free of worldly distractions, dedicated entirely to prayer, work, and spiritual growth. But human nature, as we know, doesn't conform easily to rules. These women, confined within the walls of the convent, were not only cut off from the world, they were cut off from the very things that gave their lives meaning outside of the convent: love, affection, and emotional bonds. In the silence of their daily routines, these nuns were often lonely, isolated, and yearning for something they couldn't have. And sometimes, that something was love. A love that transcended the religious vows they had made. It's difficult to imagine the immense emotional weight of living a life so constrained, with so few avenues for expressing your humanity. Yet, in the convent, the act of emotional bonding, of seeking affection and intimacy, was as forbidden as it was natural. The desire to connect with others, to experience affection, was a powerful force. And in a world where women were often treated as vessels of religious devotion rather than as human beings with complex emotions, it's no wonder that so many nuns found themselves falling in love with someone who wasn't supposed to be loved. The power dynamics that played out within these convents are fascinating in their complexity. The abbesses, the women who held the authority within these communities, were often caught between their own beliefs, the desire to maintain order, and the human realities of their nuns' emotional needs. In some cases, abbesses turned a blind eye to the relationships that developed in the convent, either because they were aware of the deep emotional bonds between the nuns and simply didn't want to break them up, or because they, too, were struggling with their own desires, their own need for connection. But despite these quiet allowances, the Church could not allow these scandals to grow too large. The power structure of the Church demanded order, purity, and control, and any act that threatened that order had to be stopped immediately. When a scandal became too large to ignore, the Church would intervene swiftly and decisively. The nuns involved would be punished, sometimes excommunicated, sometimes sent to live in isolation, or even forced to live out their days in complete penance. The Church's response was designed not just to punish the individuals, but to maintain its authority and power. For if the nuns could break their vows, What other control could the church truly hold? But the most fascinating part of these scandals wasn't just the punishment, it was the way in which the scandal, once discovered, became a permanent part of the convent's history. The consequences, the whispers, the gossip, these things lived on long after the punishments had been doled out. The story of the nun who broke her vows with a monk, the forbidden love that had been nurtured in secret corners of the convent, became part of the folklore of the region. The convent's reputation, once so pure and untouchable, was forever altered by these whispers. There's something deeply human in this, isn't there? The way these women, despite their vows, despite the strict control placed over their lives, still sought love, connection, and intimacy. The convent wasn't just a place of worship, it was also a place of profound emotional connection, both positive and negative. The love that developed in these spaces wasn't just about physical affection, it was about the deep emotional bonds that formed between these women, sometimes stretching to the monks and priests who visited. These emotional bonds often surpassed the physical when a woman found someone to share her deepest feelings with, someone who understood her. The line between spiritual and emotional connection blurred, but the church couldn't allow for this blurring. The lines had to remain clear. There was devotion to God, and then there was the world of fleshly desires. To cross those lines wasn't just sinful, it was a challenge to the very authority of the church. So when these relationships came to light, the punishment was often not just about the sexual act, it was about the act of defiance itself. The nuns and monks involved were breaking the very fabric of the church's control. And that was a crime far worse than any physical transgression. What's perhaps most compelling, though, is the emotional complexity behind these affairs. They weren't just about the forbidden kiss or the stolen touch, they were about the desperate search for something real. These women, stripped of normal lives, of any connection to the outside world, turned inward and found intimacy, affection, and even love in each other. They found it in the very people who were supposed to guide them in their spiritual lives. The very people who, themselves, had sworn to be celibate and pure. The nuns were not just looking for forbidden passion, they were looking for human connection, a way to feel truly alive in a world that had stripped them of that very humanity. As we continue to explore these stories, it becomes evident that the medieval nun's life was far more complicated than history has allowed us to believe. These were women, real women, who were not only religious, but were also filled with emotions, désir, and human needs that couldn't be silenced by vows or walls. Their stories, filled with passion, secrecy, rebellion, and punishment, speak to the deep contradictions of their lives. They were devoted to God, but they were also deeply devoted to one another and to the power of love and connection that no vow could ever truly take away. These women's rebellions against the church's structure weren't just about defying authority, they were about reclaiming a piece of themselves, a piece of their humanity that had been stripped away by the very vows they had taken. And in doing so, they created a legacy of forbidden love that still resonates today. A legacy that reminds us all of the power of human connection and the lengths people will go to in order to find love, even in the most unlikely places. As we continue to unravel the forbidden lives of these medieval nuns, we begin to realize something rather striking. These were women caught between two worlds, They had made vows of chastity, vowed to live in devotion to God, and had dedicated themselves to lives of prayer and service. And yet, the very nature of their humanity motions, to désir, and the need for connection couldn't be smothered by the rigid structures they had entered into. In fact, these feelings only grew more complex, more profound, and more dangerous when subjected to the control of the Church. One of the most intriguing aspects of these secret lives was the role of emotion in the affairs that grew within the convent walls. These weren't just fleeting physical attractions or simple lustful acts. What often started as a glance, a conversation, or a shared moment of emotional support would blossom into full-blown affairs that were far more than just physical transgressions. In many cases, these relationships weren't purely about the sexual connection, but were driven by a deep emotional bonding that went beyond the vows they had taken. Think for a moment about the loneliness of the nun's life. Away from the outside world, separated from family and friends, in an environment that, while meant to be pious and spiritual, was also deeply isolating. Many of these women were thrust into convent life as young girls, often forced to take their vows before they fully understood the gravity of what they were promising. For these women, the convent was both a sanctuary and a prisona place where they could devote themselves to God, but also a place that held them hostage to the strict rules that governed their every move. In many ways, the convent's isolation pushed them to seek out the very things they were meant to avoid: love, connection, and intimacy. What's so fascinating about these relationships is how much they often defied the typical narrative we have about religious devotion. It wasn't just about breaking rules for the sake of rebellion. It was about a deep, emotional need for connection. And that connection often came in the form of a monk, a priest, or a fellow nun. The feelings these women developed weren't just sexual. They were often based on a bond formed out of shared emotional experiences, shared struggles, and shared isolation. When nuns found themselves in these relationships, they weren't just breaking vows, they were also breaking free from the emotional and spiritual repression that the Church imposed upon them. They were living as fully human beings, with all the complexity that entails, including the need for love and affection. But in doing so, they defied the very institution that had been meant to guide them. In some cases, these emotional bonds turned into full-blown romantic relationships. Picture a young nun who had been in the convent for years, her life consisting of prayer, labor, and silence. She had grown close to one of the monks who visited the convent regularly. At first, their relationship was innocent, enough a conversation after evening prayers, a shared look of understanding as they passed in the hallways. But over time, something shifted. The monk began to seek her out more often, and she, too, began to long for the moments they shared. Eventually, their conversations became more intimate, and the emotional connection deepened into something that could no longer be ignored. For the nuns involved in these relationships, the emotional side of the connection was just as important, if not more so, than the physical. It wasn't just about passion, it was about belonging, understanding, and companionship. These women, who had dedicated themselves to a life of devotion and piety, suddenly found themselves caught in the complexity of human emotion. What they shared with the monks wasn't just about illicit acts, it was about the deep emotional bonds that formed between them. bonds that couldn't be easily severed by a vow or by the church's disapproval. The challenge, however, was that these relationships couldn't be sustained forever. The secrecy, the constant risk of being caught, the guilt that inevitably followed these were all parts of the emotional toll that the nuns and monks paid for their desire. When they were discovered, the punishment was swift and brutal. The nuns were often cast out, excommunicated, and forced to live in disgrace, while the monks faced similar punishment. Though the repercussions for them were often less severe, the emotional destruction, however, was often just as severe. The nuns who had found connection and affection in the arms of their lovers now had to face the harsh consequences of their actions, and many of them were left broken, isolated from both the church and the love they had sought. And yet, in some cases, the emotional connection didn't disappear. Despite the punishment, despite the social disgrace, some of the relationships continued in secret. Letters were exchanged, stolen meetings took place, and the emotional bond that had formed couldn't be severed so easily. These relationships, despite being forbidden, often carried with them a sense of strength and power. It was as if the act of defying the church's control gave the nuns and monks involved a sense of autonomy, a sense of freedom, even in the face of punishment. The complexity of these relationships cannot be overstated. On the one hand, there was the deep emotional connection, the longing for affection and intimacy that every human being craves. On the other hand, there was the overwhelming power of the church, which sought to control every aspect of life, including the most intimate moments. When the two forces collided, it created a tension that reverberated through the convents and monasteries, a tension that often led to scandal, punishment, and rebellion. But what does this tell us about the medieval nuns? What does it say about their lives, their desires, and the way they navigated the complexity of their world? It tells us that, despite the vows they took, despite the strict rules they were forced to live by, they were human. They experienced love, désir, and connection in the same ways that people outside the convent did. They weren't just pious women locked away from the world. They were complex individuals who sought affection and love, even if it meant risking everything. The stories of these nuns and their secret relationships offer a glimpse into the hidden world of medieval spirituality, a world where faith and desire were in constant tension, where love and rebellion often went hand in hand. It's a reminder that, no matter how rigid the system, human nature finds a way to assert itself. And in the case of these nuns, that assertion was often found in the arms of forbidden love. As we peer deeper into the hidden lives of medieval nuns, we encounter another layer of intrigue, the interplay between spirituality and human weakness. We've already touched on the emotional bonds, the secret love affairs, and the defiance of vows that marked the lives of these women. But there's something else that's equally fascinating: the way these nuns often justified their actions within the context of their spiritual beliefs. The paradox of the religious life in the convent was not just about desire, it was about reconciling human flaws with the call to holiness. What's even more striking is the extent to which some of these women intertwined their faith with their emotional and physical desires. Imagine being a young woman, perhaps still in your teens, taking a vow of chastity. Your life is meant to be one of devotion, prayer, and service to God. Yet you find yourself yearning for something far more human. The loneliness and isolation of the convent make the emotional and physical pull of desire even stronger. So how do you, as a woman of faith, justify your actions? How do you reconcile the two worlds, the world of religious devotion and the world of raw human connection? The answer is complex, and it's one that many nuns, especially those involved in forbidden affairs, had to answer for themselves. One of the most fascinating aspects of these relationships was the way they were often rationalized. Some nuns found ways to frame their desires as part of their spiritual journey, viewing their emotional connections as an expression of divine love rather than a sinful transgression. In their minds, these affairs weren't just about breaking vows, they were about seeking a form of connection that transcended the physical and entered into the realm of the sacred. Historians still argue whether such justifications were a form of spiritual rebellion or a genuine attempt to reconcile their inner desires with their faith. Some scholars suggest that these nuns were engaging in what can only be called spiritual justification, the belief that their emotional and physical desires were not inherently sinful, but part of a larger divine plan. Others believed these justifications were simply a way of easing the guilt that came with breaking sacred vows. Either way, the idea of blending faith and desire in such a profound way is a testament to the complexity of the nuns' existence, a reality that was far from the simple, pious life the Church often portrayed, and that's where the real tension lies. Doesn't it? The Church demanded absolute purity and devotion from its nuns, but it failed to account for the inherent human nature of those very women. These were young women, often barely adults, who had entered the convents with little more than the promise of a life devoted to God. Yet the Church provided few opportunities for emotional expression or affection. In an environment so devoid of external connection, it's almost impossible to blame them for seeking affection where they could find it. And for some, this affection became deeply spiritual also, much so that they began to believe that their actions were justified as expressions of divine love. For example, some nuns would describe their emotional connections to their lovers or fellow nuns as spiritual partnerships, an expression of a higher love that transcended the physical realm. They would argue that these relationships weren't purely about carnal desire, but about a divine union of souls, a bond that was meant to bring them closer to God. This rationale was dangerous, of course, for it directly challenged the religious doctrine that chastity was the highest form of devotion. But for the nuns who participated in these affairs, it allowed them to justify their actions in a way that gave them a sense of peace, if only for a moment. Some monks and priests, too, found themselves caught in this conflict. Their vow of celibacy was just as binding as the nuns' vows of chastity. Yet, like the nuns, they were subject to the same human desires. The emotional bonds that developed between the clergy and the nuns were, at times, difficult to navigate. In many cases, the priests may have rationalized their actions in a similar way, telling themselves that their affection for the nuns was an expression of love that brought them closer to God. The lines between the sacred and the profane were blurry, and in some cases, they were almost non-existent. What makes this even more compelling is the concept of confession, which played a huge role in the lives of medieval nuns. Confession wasn't just about admitting sins. It was also a place where they could seek guidance, where they could express their deepest emotional struggles. Some nuns confessed not only their sins, but also the emotional and physical desires they couldn't suppress. They were seeking absolution. Yes, but they were also seeking understanding, validation, and, in some cases, permission to feel. It was, in many ways, a system that allowed nuns to explore their desires, even if those desires conflicted with their vows. The confessions themselves were often a form of therapy and outlet for the emotional repression that came with life in the convent. In a sense, the confessional became a place where nuns could explore the very boundaries of their faith and humanity. But this system also perpetuated the cycle of guilt and shame. While confession might have allowed the nuns to express their desires in a safe space, it didn't provide a long-term solution to the underlying emotional conflict they faced. The Church, despite its role as the supposed arbiter of moral behavior, didn't offer a way for these women to reconcile their humanity with their devotion. What happens when that cycle of guilt becomes too heavy to bear? When the emotional bonds they've formed grow too strong, too powerful to deny? The consequences are often devastating. Excommunication, expulsion from the convent, or even imprisonment were the common fates of nuns who were caught in these scandals. But what about the emotional toll? What about the years spent in secret love, only to be torn apart by the very system that was supposed to protect you? That's where the true tragedy lies. These women weren't just losing their positions as nuns, they were losing a part of their identity, a part of their humanity. In the end, these stories are not just about forbidden love, they are about the human condition itself. The struggle between devotion to faith and the undeniable pull of human connection is as old as time. The nuns, in their search for love and affection, found themselves not just caught between two worlds, but at the very intersection of faith and humanity. The desire to love, to connect, to be seen. These are not sins. They are, in many ways, the very essence of being human. But in the world of the medieval convent, those desires were branded as sinful, punished, and hidden away. And in doing so, the Church only intensified the very emotions it sought to suppress. As we continue down this winding path of secret lives and suppressed desires, we begin to realize something important. The medieval convent wasn't just a backdrop for religious devotion. It was a complex, layered world where power dynamics, personal struggles, and emotional needs clashed with the strictest of vows. The women who lived there weren't just adhering to a system, they were living, breathing humans with desires, passions, and contradictions. And their relationships, those secret, forbidden ones, weren't just about breaking the rules. They were about reclaiming a piece of themselves that the Church and society tried to strip away. One of the most compelling aspects of these relationships, besides the emotional intimacy, the whispered confessions, the stolen glances, was the way in which they often involved not just physical acts, but a complex negotiation of power. These were women who had given up everything, their families, their possessions, their futures, to serve God. And yet, the Church system still left them with little autonomy. In the face of such control, they found ways to reclaim power, sometimes through these illicit relationships. It's hard not to imagine how many nuns isolated, repressed, cut off from the world they once knew, might have found in these secretive, forbidden love affairs, not just an escape from loneliness, but a means of asserting themselves in a world that had silenced them, The very act of engaging in such relationships became a form of resistance. They were not just engaging in physical acts. They were pushing back against the control that the church had over their emotional lives, against the confinement that came with their vows. Their love wasn't just a personal transgression, it was a quiet rebellion. A powerful statement that they, too, had agency in a world that tried to remove it from them. The question we must ask, then, is not just why these nuns broke their vows, but how they found ways to justify their actions. How did they reconcile the deep, spiritual devotion they felt with the deep, emotional connection they sought? Was it really possible to separate the two? Historians still debate whether these relationships were forms of spiritual rebellion or a deeper misunderstanding of the vows they had taken. The nuns who found love in secret might have seen it not as a sin, but as a part of their greater spiritual journey away to understand themselves, to feel seen, loved, and truly human in a world that had taught them to suppress those feelings. Consider the case of one nun, whose relationship with a monk grew over the years. Initially, it had been nothing more than brief exchanges of kindness and friendship. But, as time went on, and the nun's heart began to stir with the forbidden longing that can't always be contained, their relationship deepened. They started to share personal thoughts, feelings, and dreams that extended far beyond the realm of prayer and scripture. And, as the emotional connection grew, it was no longer just about breaking the rules. It became about something more, something much more intimate, both spiritually and physically. For these nuns, the monk was not just a man. They were a way to finally experience love and affection that they had been denied in the convent's austere walls. The idea that their connection might be a form of divine love, a higher form of spiritual union, only made it easier to justify their actions to themselves. The tragedy in all of this was that these connections, these bonds of affection and intimacy, were not just fleeting affairs. They weren't moments of lust or passing fancy. No, these were deep, emotional connections, ones that many of the nuns involved in these relationships truly believed in. They didn't see themselves as sinners. They saw themselves as women who were finally receiving the affection and care they had been denied by the institution they had devoted their lives to. And when they were caught, when their relationships were exposed, it wasn't just their actions that were punished, it was their very humanity. The church didn't just take away their positions, it took away their sense of self, their identity, as individuals who were allowed to love and be loved in return. But what happens when the desire for affection, for human touch, becomes more than just a simple act of rebellion? The church, in its attempt to control the lives of these women, did not understand the deep emotional and psychological toll it took on them. By denying these women the chance to form relationships outside of the convent, by making their bodies and emotions the property of the church, it only heightened the longing to rebel, to find something of their own. It's almost as if the more the church tried to control them, the more they sought to break free. The walls of the convent, far from being places of spiritual sanctity, became prisons, not only for the body, but for the soul. Now, let's look at the darker side of these secret relationships. When the church discovered that a nun had engaged in an affair, the consequences were often swift and severe. The women involved in these forbidden love affairs faced not just excommunication, but also public humiliation. In some cases, they were forced to leave their convents, stripped of their religious titles, and sent to live out their days in disgrace. But even that punishment didn't erase the emotional consequences. The nuns who were caught in these relationships weren't just losing their positions, they were losing a part of themselves. Their secret, intimate connections, which had felt so real and so right, were torn apart. They were forced to abandon the very love that had sustained them through their isolation. The emotional toll of being cast out of the only life they had known was immense. Yet, in some cases, the love didn't die with the punishment. Love, once it has blossomed, often lingers, even in the most unforgiving of circumstances. Some of the monks and priests involved in these relationships still maintained contact with the nuns after they were expelled. Letters were exchanged, and in some cases, the relationships continued in secret. Even after all the walls had come crashing down, it was as if the punishment didn't erase the connection, the love that had been formed. Perhaps the love was even more meaningful for surviving the brutal consequences, more powerful for the struggle. In the end, these scandals weren't just about defying religious laws. They were about the complex relationship between human nature and institutional control. The Church may have punished these nuns for breaking their vows, but in doing so, it only made their desires stronger, more intense. It's a reminder that human connection, affection, and love are forces that no institution, no matter how powerful, can fully suppress. And, in the midst of scandal, punishment, and rebellion, one thing remains clear. These nuns were not just women of faith, they were women who sought to live fully, to love deeply, and to connect with others in a world that tried to keep them isolated. As we step further into the history of these medieval nuns, it becomes increasingly apparent that their struggles were not just about breaking vows or sneaking moments of passion in the shadows. They were about the larger, more profound issue of autonomy. In a world that sought to control their every move, their desires, their emotions, these women fought not just for love, but for the right to exist as fully human beings. The Church's suppression of their desires wasn't merely a matter of spiritual discipline, it was a matter of erasing their very identity as individuals with needs, wants, and ambitions that extended far beyond their roles as servants of God. At the heart of this struggle lies a deeper question. What does it mean to be human in a world that demands perfection, that demands absolute control over your thoughts, your body, and your emotions? These women were not just struggling against the Church, they were struggling against a system that denied them the chance to live as complete, whole people. Their bodies were viewed as vessels of purity, their emotions as distractions from their spiritual duties. And yet, in the silence of their convents, in the isolation of their lives, their very humanity was trying to break free. These nuns' love affairs, forbidden as they were, became a form of resistance not just against the rules of the convent, but against a system that forced them to silence their true selves. The emotions they felt, the bonds they formed, were not simply acts of rebellion, they were deeply personal, expressions of their longing to connect with someone, to feel seen and loved. The very act of giving in to those desires was, in many ways, a quiet assertion of their agency in a world that tried to strip them of it. Think about how this dynamic must have played out for the nuns. They lived their lives in the service of others, whether through prayer, teaching, or manual labor. Yet, in the silence of their rooms, in the late hours of the night, they began to crave something beyond the spiritual and beyond the physical labor. They craved intimacy, genuine emotional intimacy that wasn't just about obedience to God, but about experiencing connection and love in the most raw, human way possible. In the convent, intimacy often came through the shared experiences of prayer and work. But for some, it wasn't enough. The emotional bonds they developed with other nuns, or with the priests and monks who visited, went beyond shared labor. They were about shared lives. These were relationships built on the same human needs that any person, regardless of their religious calling, might experience: the need to be loved, to share moments of vulnerability, to connect on a deep emotional level. For these women, the physical affection that grew out of these relationships was an extension of that emotional connection, a way to bridge the gap between the spiritual and the physical. But the Church couldn't tolerate such connections. The very essence of the Church's power was its ability to dictate the boundaries of human experience. By forcing these women to repress their emotions, by demanding their complete devotion, the Church sought to create a system that was devoid of emotional complexity, one where the only focus was on religious purity. But what the Church overlooked was that, in doing so, it stripped away the very essence of what it meant to be human, the need for love, connection, and affection. For some nuns, the illicit relationships they formed became their only means of resistance. These relationships weren't just acts of rebellion against the Church's control. They were acts of rebellion against a system that sought to define them solely by their religious role. In these relationships, these nuns found a space where they could exist as fully realized women, with emotional and physical needs that were as valid as any vow they had taken. These moments, though brief and secretive, allowed them to experience a sense of freedom, a sense of autonomy that was otherwise denied to them in their daily lives. But, of course, with freedom came consequences. When these relationships were uncovered, the punishment was swift and brutal. The nuns involved were often excommunicated, and their positions within the convent were revoked. In some cases, the punishment was not only personal, but also institutional. Entire convents were dismantled when scandals like these came to light. The Church was desperate to maintain control, to keep its carefully constructed systems of power intact. These women, in their defiance, represented a crack in that structure, a reminder that no matter how tightly the Church tried to hold on to its power, there was always a human element that could not be contained. Yet, despite the severity of the punishment, there is something undeniably powerful in the stories of these nuns. They may have been cast out, shamed, and punished, but their love, whether romantic or emotional, was not erased. It lived on, as it always does, in the memory of their actions. It became part of the very fabric of the convent's history, and while the Church may have sought to bury these stories, to erase the rebellion that these nuns represented, the very fact that these scandals continued to be whispered about, to continue to haunt the Church, speaks to the lasting power of human connection. The emotional and physical bonds that these nuns formed in secret weren't just acts of passion, they were acts of reclaiming their humanity. In a world where they were expected to be pure, perfect, and obedient, they were, in their own way, creating spaces where they could be human, where they could love and be loved in return. These stories of forbidden love are not just about lust or rebellion. They are about the human need for connection, for emotional intimacy, and for the affirmation that we are more than just the roles we are given. These nuns were not just women who broke vows. They were women who, in their own way, sought to live fully, to love deeply, and to experience the connection that we all crave. And perhaps, in the end, that's what makes these stories so compelling. They remind us that no matter how tightly society, religion, or authority tries to control us, our basic human needs, love, affection, intimacy, cannot be fully suppressed. They will find a way to surface, often in the most unexpected of places. And even in a world as rigid as medieval Europe, these nuns were living proof that love, in all its forms, is not something that can be contained forever. The deeper we go into these tales of forbidden love and hidden relationships, the more we come to understand the complexities of these nuns' lives. It's not just that they were breaking vows, it's that they were living in a world where love, affection, and human connection were stripped away in the name of religious devotion. Yet, despite the immense pressure to suppress their emotions, these women found ways to assert their humanity through rebellion, through love, and sometimes through defiance that would come at a great cost. Let's pause for a moment and consider the nature of the convent as a microcosm of society at large. The convent was an isolated, controlled environment, but it still functioned as a reflection of the wider world in which the Church was attempting to maintain control over human nature. The reality is that, like the rest of medieval Europe, the convents were a place where power dynamics were constantly at play. The Church, represented by the abbesses, priests, and monks, held the reins of authority, and the nuns, young women often sent by their families, were meant to surrender everything to the service of God. This dynamic created the perfect breeding ground for not just emotional attachments, but the desperate need for connection that would eventually lead to the infamous scandals we still talk about today. What's particularly striking about these relationships is the way that the nuns justified them, not just as a rebellion, but as something more profound, a search for emotional and spiritual fulfillment. We've seen how some nuns reframed their relationships as spiritually significant, a way of channeling divine love in ways they felt they were being denied. These nuns, in their minds, weren't just in love, they were fulfilling a higher calling. Their love wasn't a sin. It was an extension of the love they believed they were meant to express. They felt that their affection for each other, and even for the priests and monks, was just as valid as any divine connection. In some cases, they believed these relationships transcended the physical realm, existing as a sacred, albeit secret, union of souls. Historians still argue whether these justifications were a form of denial or genuine spiritual insight. Some suggest that these nuns were simply rationalizing their actions to ease their guilt and fear of punishment. Others propose that the emotional and spiritual power of these relationships was so deep, so overwhelming, that the nuns honestly believed their connection with their lovers was divinely sanctioned. Regardless of the reasoning, the truth remains. For many of these women, their actions were an attempt to find meaning, purpose, and affection in a world that had shut them off from these basic human needs. This leads us to another crucial point, though. These love affairs impacted the power structures within the convent. The abbesses, as the leaders of these communities, were the ones who had to maintain control over the spiritual and emotional lives of the nuns. But some abbesses, too, were not entirely free of their own emotional struggles. There are documented instances of abbesses who became embroiled in scandals themselves, forming relationships with priests or monks. Some of these abbesses were the very women tasked with maintaining order. Yet they found themselves unwilling to control the emotions and desires that swirled within the convent walls. These abbesses, often older and more powerful within the convent's hierarchy, might have understood the emotional lives of the nuns in a way that was more empathetic than their superiors. Some of them even quietly supported the relationships between the nuns and their lovers, turning a blind eye to the rebellion taking place under their noses. Imagine the complexity of living in such a place where your every action was dictated by a code of silence, purity, and control. Yet your heart and body yearned for something more. It's easy to see how a nun, isolated and confined, could form a connection with someone who offered affection, even if that person was a monk, a priest, or another nun. What's harder to imagine, perhaps, is the emotional toll that these secret relationships took not just on the nuns involved, but on the larger community. These bonds were not just a simple breach of vows, they were acts of emotional survival. And, when they were discovered, the pain went far beyond punishment. It tore apart the very sense of self that these women had constructed within the safety of the convent. When the scandal was uncovered, the punishment was often swift and public. The women involved in the affair were usually expelled from the convent, often publicly disgraced. This was not just about breaking the rules of the convent, it was about breaking the very social fabric of medieval life, where religious purity was seen as sacred and untouchable. Excommunication and expulsion were meant to send a clear message. The Church's control over the nuns' lives was absolute. The penalty for transgressing that control was social ostracism, an emotional punishment that would linger long after the physical expulsion. But let's look deeper at the consequences for these women. Exiled from the only life they knew, many were left without any real sense of purpose or identity. The convent had been their home, their refuge, their family, and now, that world was shattered. What happens to a woman who has been forced to live a life of isolation and devotion, only to be cast out for seeking love? In many cases, these women were left to navigate a world they had been shielded from, without the emotional or spiritual support that had once defined their lives. Despite the harshness of these punishments, there's a certain dignity in the way these nuns navigated their emotional lives. They weren't just breaking vows, they were searching for something profound. They were seeking intimacy and connection in a world that denied them the right to experience those things. And though the Church could take away their positions and their reputations, it couldn't take away the emotional truths these women carried with them. The love they found, whether it was shared with another nun, a monk, or a priest, was real. It was deeply felt, and despite the shame they faced, those emotions were not easily erased. Perhaps the most tragic part of these stories is how the very system meant to protect these women by keeping them away from the outside world actually forced them to confront the complexities of their emotional lives in secret. The vows they took weren't meant to keep them pure, they were meant to isolate them, to prevent them from experiencing the fullness of life. In the end, what these women truly sought wasn't just forbidden love, it was a way to reclaim their humanity, to assert their right to love and be loved, in a world that sought to deny them just that. As we peel back yet another layer of this complex, hidden history, we come to understand that the relationships and rebellions of these nuns were not simply individual acts of defiance. They were part of a broader struggle for personal agency within a system that sought to control every aspect of their broader lives. These nuns, often young and full of life when they entered the convent, found themselves in a world that didn't just demand silence, but demanded an erasure of self. Their lives were not their own. They belonged to the church. But the desire for affection, connection, and intimacy could not be fully suppressed. And it was this deep, unyielding human need that sparked so many of the scandals we now look back on. We've already seen that these women formed relationships, sometimes deep and lasting, that were often born of genuine affection, not just lust. These relationships weren't born in a vacuum. They were rooted in the isolation, émotionnel confinement, and repressed desires that the nuns faced every day. And as much as the church and the convent attempted to keep the nuns and monks separate, to separate their emotional and physical worlds, the reality of the human condition of need, to désir, and connection couldn't be so easily contained. This was not a simple case of breaking vows. It was an attempt to live fully, to be human, in a space that demanded the opposite. The fascinating part of these secret relationships is how they often defied the boundaries set by the church. Love, for these nuns, wasn't just a fleeting emotional connection. It was a deeply rooted, often spiritual bond. To many of them, love wasn't just about physical attraction or sexual desire. It was about filling the deep emotional and spiritual void that the convent imposed on their lives. To experience love in its full form, physical, emotional, and spiritual, was an act of rebellion, an assertion of their own autonomy, and an expression of their humanity. Consider the significance of this rebellion within the context of the church's control over the nuns. The church didn't just have power over the body, it had power over the soul. Every action, every thought, every relationship was scrutinized, evaluated, and judged. A nun's emotional life was not just her own, it was subject to the church's moral guidelines. By engaging in illicit relationships, these women were rejecting that control, asserting that their emotional lives, their desires, and their affections were theirs to own and express, regardless of the church's prohibitions. The church's response to these rebellions was, of course, swift and unforgiving. But the church wasn't just punishing the women involved, it was punishing the very idea that human beings could exist outside the control of the institution. The shame, the excommunication, the exile, these punishments were designed not just to discipline the individual, but to reaffirm the power the church held over its followers. The women who were punished for their forbidden love were forced to carry the weight of that punishment for the rest of their lives. But the power of their rebellion, of their emotional connections, their human desires, was not so easily extinguished. What's particularly intriguing is that, in many cases, the punishment didn't actually erase the love that had blossomed between the nuns and their lovers. In some cases, the relationships continued in secret, even after the nuns were cast out of their convents. Letters, secret meetings, whispered confessions, all became a part of the lasting legacy of these illicit affairs. The emotional bonds that had formed between these women and their lovers could not be severed simply because the church deemed them forbidden. In fact, the very punishment that the church imposed trying to erase the memory of their love only seemed to make that love more intense, more significant. The fact that these relationships, despite all the punishment and secrecy, continued to resonate speaks to the power of human connection and to the deep-seated desire for love that is impossible to completely control or suppress. The Church's efforts to maintain control over the nuns' emotional and spiritual lives may have succeeded in the short term, but in the long run, these women's hearts and desires remained untamed, and their love affairs became a part of the history of the Church that could not be ignored. But what does it mean for these women, these nuns, to live in a world where love is both a spiritual act and a rebellious one? To live in a world where the Church demands purity, silence, and devotion, yet the heart demands love, connection, and intimacy? The tension between these two worlds, the sacred and the profane, was at the core of every illicit relationship that flourished in the convents. It was not just about breaking the rules. It was about asserting the right to experience love and desire, despite the constraints that were placed upon them. And in this conflict, we see the profound human struggle that played out in the walls of medieval convents, the struggle to balance the sacred with the human, the spiritual with the physical, the vow of chastity with the need for affection. These nuns were not just struggling with their faith, they were struggling with their very humanity. In a system that denied them the right to live as full, complete individuals, they found a way to assert their own desires, and though they were punished for it, the love they experienced, whether fleeting or enduring, was a testament to the power of human emotion. As we reflect on these stories, we realize that the nuns' rebellions were more than just acts of disobedience. They were cries for recognition, for the right to be human in a world that demanded their perfection. Their love affairs were not just about breaking vows, they were about seeking something essential, something every human being craves: connection. These stories serve as a reminder of the complexities of human nature, of the fact that love, no matter how it is suppressed, will always find a way to break through, even in the most unlikely places. In the end, these forbidden relationships, these secret loves, remind us of the enduring power of the heart, of love's ability to transcend boundaries, to persist even in the face of institutional control. And perhaps the most compelling part of these tales is that despite the Church's efforts to suppress these desires, these nuns' love stories lived on, passed down through history, as a testament to the resilience of the human heart. As we near the culmination of this journey through the secret lives of medieval nuns, there's one last significant piece of the puzzle: to consider the consequences of their forbidden love, and how those consequences rippled out beyond the walls of the convent. It's easy to look at these stories of passion, secrecy, and rebellion and see them as isolated acts of personal defiance. But the truth is, these nuns' actions weren't just personal, they were political, social, and cultural in their ramifications. They were part of a larger tapestry of human experience that questioned the very structure of religious life and the power of the Church over its followers. One of the most striking aspects of these scandals, when they came to light, was the response from the larger community. The Church, in its desperation to maintain control, attempted to erase these scandals. Excommunication, punishment, and exile were used as tools to suppress the emotional lives of these women and to maintain the Church's grip on their actions. But what the Church failed to control, what it couldn't eradicate, was the lasting impact of these scandals on the public perception of convent life and religious authority. When a scandal involving nuns broke, it was not just the convent and the individuals involved that were affected, it was the very reputation of the religious institutions that governed these women's lives. These nuns were not just seen as individuals breaking their vows, they were seen as symbols of everything the Church feared: rebellion, human weakness, and the failure of the institution to control the desires of its followers. The public's reaction to these scandals often shifted the way people viewed convents and nunneries. No longer were they seen purely as places of piety and spiritual retreat. Instead, they became places where desire, rebellion, and human emotions festered just as much as they did in the secular world. This shift in perception was a blow to the Church's authority, as it challenged the very foundation of its control over religious life. If nuns could break their vows and form forbidden relationships, what did that say about the Church's power over all its followers? The more these scandals came to light, the more the public began to question the Church's ability to keep its clergy, both men and women, pure. The irony was not lost on many. The very women the Church had sought to control were now challenging the Church's dominance in ways it had never anticipated. But the true complexity of this issue lies in how the Church itself responded to these affairs. There was an undeniable tension in the way it handled these scandals. On the one hand, the Church had to appear unyielding in its commitment to purity, punishing those who defied its rules. On the other hand, the Church was fully aware of how difficult it was to keep these scandals under wraps. The more the Church punished these women, the more it raised awareness of just how human, how deeply human, they were. The secrets of the convents could no longer remain hidden. And in the end, this was perhaps the Church's greatest failure. It had underestimated the power of love, désir, and the human need for connection. For the nuns involved, however, the punishment was a brutal reality. Many were cast out of the convents where they had once found community, love, and a sense of purpose. These women, who had once been so deeply devoted to God and to their religious vows, were now seen as outcasts. The consequences weren't just social, they were deeply emotional. These nuns were stripped not only of their religious status, but also of their identities. In many cases, they were left to navigate a world they had been removed from for years, forced to live in exile without the support system that had once defined their existence. But the emotional toll of these expulsions wasn't just felt by the nuns themselves. The very fabric of the convents began to fray as these scandals unfolded. For the other nuns, the ones who hadn't been caught, there was the constant fear that their own secrets, their own desires, would eventually be exposed. The shame that came with being associated with these forbidden love affairs affected the entire community. The once quiet halls of the convents became a space of tension, distrust, and fear, as every nun, every priest, and every monk became hyper-aware of the risks involved in breaking the rules. The very idea of piety became blurred by the reality of human emotions: desire, love, and rebellion emotions that refused to stay hidden. And yet, despite all of this, the love that these women experienced, the connections they formed, left an indelible mark. No amount of punishment could fully erase the significance of what had occurred. These love stories, whether fleeting or enduring, continued to live on in the memories of those who had witnessed them, and in the legends that grew around them. The Church, in its efforts to suppress these scandals, only ensured that they would be remembered. The stories of these nuns' forbidden relationships became part of the historical narrative, stories that were passed down through generations, not just as cautionary tales, but as profound reminders of the power of human connection. In many ways, these nuns' stories became symbols of the very thing the Church had tried to suppress, the truth that no matter how tightly authority tries to control human desires, those desires will always find a way to assert themselves. Love, no matter how it is suppressed, will always find a way to emerge. The nuns, in their quiet rebellion, became the embodiment of that truth. As we reflect on these stories, on the love affairs, the scandals, the punishment, we begin to understand the deeper implications of what these nuns went through. They weren't just breaking vows, they were asserting their humanity in the face of a system that sought to suppress it. Their love, their desires, and their rebellions were a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Even in the most isolated, controlled spaces, love finds a way to thrive. In the end, the Church couldn't control the human heart. These nuns proved that no matter how tightly the walls are built, no matter how many vows are taken, the desire to love and be loved is stronger than any institution, and in this quiet, hidden rebellion, they left behind a legacy that continues to speak to the complexities of human nature, to the power of love, and to the enduring struggle for personal autonomy in a world that seeks to control it. As we approach the end of our exploration into the lives of these rebellious nuns, there is one final, lingering question that begs to be answered. What lasting impact did these secret love affairs, these acts of rebellion, have on the larger history of religious life and the place of women within the Church? To understand this, we need to step back and see the broader implications of these nuns' actions, not just in their time, but in the way their stories shape the future of both the Church and the role of women within it. These nuns, in their defiance of religious law, represented more than just individuals breaking vows. They were symbolic of a broader tension between the ideals of the Church and the realities of human nature. For centuries, the Church had insisted that women, particularly those in religious life, were meant to embody ideals of purity, chastity, and silence. The convent was supposed to be a place where women could separate themselves from the world, where their focus could be entirely on God. But as we've seen, the reality of convent life was far more complex. The Church's insistence on suppressing basic human desires, particularly those of love, affection, and intimacy, created an environment ripe for rebellion. And in their quiet, clandestine acts of defiance, these nuns didn't just break rules, they exposed the cracks in the very foundation of the Church's power structure. What's fascinating about these scandals, when looked at in retrospect, is how they mirrored larger societal shifts. The medieval period was one of deep social and religious control, but it was also a time of growing change. The Renaissance, the Reformation, and other shifts in thought were all beginning to stir beneath the surface. While these nuns may not have consciously been participants in these larger cultural movements, their actions were a microcosm of the larger forces at play. Their relationships, their love affairs, were part of the same larger shift away from strict religious control and towards a more individualistic view of spirituality. They were part of the story of a world that was beginning to recognize the importance of individual rights, emotional expression, and, ultimately, the power of human connection. Even though these nuns were punished, ostracized, and shamed, their actions did not fade quietly into history. Instead, they sparked conversations, whispers, and debates within the church and the communities around them. These women were not passive subjects of church authority. They were active participants in shaping the narrative of what it meant to be a woman in a religious context. They asked the question, why can't love and spirituality coexist? And in their own way, they were challenging the strict confines of the religious structures that sought to define them. In the larger context, these nuns also highlighted the church's deeper hypocrisy, how it could demand total purity and devotion from women, but so often failed to meet the same standards for its own clergy. There were countless examples of priests, monks, and other men of the church involved in illicit affairs, yet these were often overlooked or even excused. The focus remained solely on the women, their bodies, their purity, their ability to conform to religious ideals. But the scandalous love affairs of the nuns exposed this double standard. The church's response was always severe when it came to the nuns. But the monks and priests, those in positions of power, often faced far less intense punishment. This uneven application of rules only served to deepen the rift between the religious authorities and the people they governed. While the church may have sought to cover up these affairs and punish the women involved, the stories of these nuns lived on, passed down through generations. Their love, their rebellion, their humanity, these things could not be erased, no matter how hard the church tried to suppress them. And as time passed, the stories of these nuns became a part of the greater narrative of resistance within religious life. They became symbols of the struggle for autonomy, for love, for emotional expression, in a world that sought to suppress those very things. Even today, as we look back at the lives of these women, we see that their legacy has endured. They have become symbols not just of rebellion, but of the complexity of human nature. The medieval nun, once seen as the epitome of purity and self-sacrifice, has evolved in historical narrative into a woman who challenged the system that sought to define her. Their stories ask us to consider the role of women in the church, the power dynamics between the sexes, and the ways in which authority seeks to control personal lives. The scandals surrounding these nuns didn't just shake the foundations of convent life, they reverberated across the centuries, contributing to the slow but steady rise of individual autonomy and the eventual questioning of religious control. In this sense, the nuns were ahead of their time. They were part of the long history of women who, despite being marginalized and controlled, found ways to assert their own voices, their own desires, and their own humanity. They were not passive victims of their circumstances. They were active participants in their own stories. Their love affairs, though secret, were declarations of independence in a world that sought to silence them. They were acts of personal empowerment, an assertion that the emotional lives of women mattered as much as their spiritual lives. It's hard not to wonder what these nuns would have thought of how their stories have been remembered. Would they have seen themselves as victims of an unjust system? Or would they have seen themselves as rebels, warriors for the right to love and live as fully as any man? In some ways, we will never truly know, but their legacies, their forbidden loves, and their quiet defiance continue to resonate today. The echoes of their struggles are still felt in the ongoing conversations about gender, power, and authority within religious institutions and beyond. In the end, the medieval nuns who broke their vows in search of love and connection did more than just defy religious authority. They exposed the cracks in the systems that sought to control them. Their actions are a reminder that, no matter how tightly the world tries to hold us in place, our humanity, need for connection and love will always find a way to assert itself. These nuns, in their quiet rebellion, continue to speak to us across the centuries, urging us to ask the same question they once asked: what does it mean to be truly human? Now, as we continue reflecting on the lasting impacts of these forbidden love stories, it's important to examine not only the personal consequences for the nuns involved, but also how these tales contributed to the broader historical narrative, particularly in the context of women's roles within the medieval church. These nuns were not just breaking vows, they were challenging the entire structure of religious life and the treatment of women within it. In many ways, their stories served as a quiet, yet potent counterpoint to the image of the holy, obedient nun that was often projected by the church. The nun who lived a life of purity and silence, serving God without question, was the ideal, but the reality of their lives was far more complex. As we've seen, many nuns found themselves caught between their religious duties and their deeply human desires. The secret relationships they formed were not just a matter of physical lust. They were emotional, personal connections that filled an essential void in their lives. They represented an attempt to reconcile the human need for affection and intimacy with the sacred promises they had made. This tension, this duality between the sacred and the human, created a gap in the narrative the church had long constructed about religious life. The love affairs of these nuns were not isolated instances of moral failure. They were the result of a system that demanded perfection while ignoring the complex nature of the people it sought to control. The church's insistence on purity, on repressing the human element of its followers, ultimately led to the unraveling of the idealized vision of monastic life. The more the church tried to suppress human desires, the more those desires erupted in secret, sometimes in the most unexpected and defiant ways. And yet, while these nuns broke the rules, they also embodied the very complexity of human nature that the church sought to deny. They were spiritual beings, yes, but they were also women with emotional needs and desires. The church's portrayal of them as pure, untouched vessels of devotion was not just an unrealistic ideal, it was a lie. These nuns, in their moments of rebellion, were revealing the truth of what it meant to be human, to love, to desire, and to experience connection despite the confines of societal or religious control. Their actions, therefore, were more than just acts of personal defiance. They were a challenge to the very idea that women, particularly those in religious life, were meant to be devoid of emotion, devoid of connection. The love affairs, the rebellions, were attempts to reclaim their agency and humanity in a world that sought to suppress both, and even though the Church did everything it could to punish them, to erase their stories from the collective memory. These nuns' actions were too significant to be fully hidden. The impact of their defiance lived on, long after the punishments were over, through the stories that were whispered in the halls of the convents and passed down through generations. What's particularly fascinating is the way these stories became a part of the cultural memory of the time. While the Church certainly tried to silence these scandals, the very act of punishment only gave them more weight. The more the Church pushed these women to the margins, the more their stories became a symbol of the complex relationship between religious authority and personal autonomy. And while the Church may have wished to bury these stories, they endured. The scandals became legend tales of forbidden love, of passion and rebellion, whispered from one generation to the next. The Church's response, its efforts to control these stories, actually ensured that they would live on in the collective consciousness of medieval society. But it wasn't just the emotional consequences of these scandals that shaped the course of history. It was also the political ramifications. When these relationships came to light, the Church's authority was tested not just by the actions of the nuns, but by the public's response to those actions. These love affairs challenged the very notion that the Church had a monopoly on moral authority. The Church's rigid control over the emotional and spiritual lives of its followers had been exposed as flawed, and the public began to question the legitimacy of an institution that sought to control every aspect of their lives, including their desires. For the nuns involved, the punishments were severe. Yet, there's something deeply poignant about their stories. Despite the shame and the isolation they faced after their expulsion from the convents, their lives were not defined solely by their punishment. The relationships they formed, whether fleeting or enduring, were powerful, meaningful experiences. These were not just affairs born of physical attraction. They were moments of deep emotional connection, moments that gave these women something the Church could not provide: love, intimacy, and the freedom to experience those things as fully human beings. Their rebellion wasn't just about breaking rules, it was about asserting their right to feel, to connect, and to live as whole people, not simply as extensions of the Church's will. And in doing so, they not only defied the Church, they redefined what it meant to be a woman in religious life. The impact of their actions would not be felt immediately. In fact, it would take centuries before the implications of their defiance began to be fully realized. But their stories, to their struggles, lived on. They would become part of the larger conversation about women's roles in the Church, about autonomy, and about the limitations placed on human emotions by institutions of power. When we look at the history of these nuns, it's easy to see them as victims of a system that sought to control their bodies and minds. But they were more than victims. They were rebels. They were pioneers in a quiet revolution, one that began long before the feminist movements of later centuries, challenging the rigid structures of authority that sought to confine them. In their defiance, they made a bold statement: love, in all its forms, is not something that can be contained by walls, by vows, or by institutions. It is something that, no matter how hard it is suppressed, will always find a way to emerge. In the end, the legacy of these nuns is not just one of scandal and punishment. It's a legacy of love, of defiance, and of the ongoing struggle for personal autonomy Their stories serve as a reminder that no matter how tightly power tries to hold us in place, no matter how many walls are built around us, the human heart will always find a way to break free. And in their rebellion, these nuns left us with a lasting testament to the power of love, connection, and the enduring human need to be truly seen. As we delve deeper into the unfolding legacy of these nuns, it becomes clear that their actions reverberated far beyond the confines of their convent walls. Their defiance against the institution they had sworn to serve wasn't simply about breaking the rule set, was a powerful act of assertion. An assertion of their humanity, of their right to love and experience connection. Even within a system designed to suppress those very desires, these stories, which the Church tried so hard to bury, were not isolated incidents. They were part of a much larger conversation about power, agency, and autonomy, both within religious life and within society as a whole. Let's think about the nuns who weren't directly involved in the scandals, the ones who witnessed these relationships, or who, perhaps, quietly carried on their own secret rebellions in the shadows. What did it mean for them to live in a world where their every move was scrutinized, where their emotional and physical needs were seen as inherently sinful or suspect? These women lived in the same cloistered space, bound by the same vows. But the emotional toll of living under such repression would have been immense. It wasn't just the nuns involved in illicit relationships who were affected, it was the entire community, forced to witness, and sometimes conceal, acts of rebellion and love. This environment of silence and secrecy created a space where emotions, even the most sacred ones, were treated with suspicion. In some ways, these nuns were the earliest revolutionaries in the struggle for women's rights within the Church. The rebellions that occurred behind convent doors, far from being the acts of a few isolated individuals, were part of a larger cultural shift. They were part of the awakening of self-awareness and the realization that women, too, had the right to experience love and affection in their own lives. These nuns' desires, though forbidden by the Church, were never simply about the forbidden thrill. They were about the need to assert their individuality in a world that wanted to erase their very personhood. Their relationships became symbols, not only of emotional rebellion, but of women taking control of their own hearts and bodies. Despite the severity of the Church's response, excommunication, punishment, and exile, their stories did not fade away. In fact, the more the Church tried to suppress these rebellions, the more their stories spread. The secrecy and scandal only added to their allure. People began to whisper about the nuns who had loved beyond the walls of their convents, about the forbidden romances that took place in the shadows. These whispers became part of the cultural fabric, passed from one generation to the next, inspiring both awe and condemnation. The Church's attempt to erase the memory of these women's defiance only ensured that their stories would continue to be told. And what do these stories say about the larger history of women in the Church? In the centuries that followed, the idea of women's roles in religious life began to evolve. The image of the perfect, chaste, and silent nun was slowly challenged by stories of rebellion, love, and the undeniable human need for emotional connection. The scandalous love affairs of the medieval nuns may have been buried in the records, but they were also the spark that ignited questions about the Church's control over its followers, particularly its women. The very existence of these relationships challenged the Church's ideal of complete devotion, revealing the cracks in the institution's authority. In the long run, these stories laid the groundwork for future movements that would advocate for women's rights, both within and outside of religious institutions. The women who rebelled in secret, by choosing love over obedience, contributed to the gradual shift in societal views on women's autonomy. Their defiance set the stage for later generations of women who would demand not just equality, but the right to love and be loved on their own terms. While these nuns may have faced punishment and exile, their actions were not in vain. They gave voice to a truth that would take centuries to fully be recognized, that women, too, have the right to express love, to experience emotional and physical intimacy, and to navigate their own desires. Their actions, although deeply controversial in their time, were steps in the ongoing struggle for women's rights and autonomy within religious institutions. It's easy to view these stories as historical curiosities, scandalous tales of forbidden love. But in truth, they are much more. They are the stories of women who found ways to assert their humanity, to live fully, despite the forces that tried to suppress them. These nuns were not simply victims of a repressive system. They were active agents in their own lives, shaping their stories in ways that would influence generations to come. And as we reflect on these nuns' legacy, we see that their rebellion wasn't just about breaking the rules of the church, it was about breaking free from a world that sought to define them by the narrowest of ideals. They fought for the right to live as complete human beings, with the same desires, needs, and emotional complexity that anyone else might experience. Their love wasn't just forbidden, it was a declaration of their humanity, of their right to feel, to connect, and to exist as fully realized individuals. In the end, the stories of these nuns aren't just about their rebellions, they're about the universal struggle for freedom, love, and emotional authenticity, in a world that often tries to suppress those very things. And although these women faced severe consequences for their actions, the truth is that their legacy has endured, continuing to inspire and challenge us to think more deeply about what it means to be human, to love, and to live fully, even in the face of societal and institutional constraints. Their stories are not just part of the past, they are an ongoing reminder of the importance of love, autonomy, and the power of the human spirit to break free from the confines of control. As we draw closer to the end of this journey, it's important to consider not only the impact of these nuns' stories on history, but the way they continue to resonate today. The lives of these women, so often hidden in the shadows of convent walls, still offer a powerful commentary on the intersection of faith, desire, and control. These women, in their quiet rebellions, not only exposed the vulnerability of the medieval church's authority, but also laid the groundwork for the ongoing struggle for autonomy and equality, particularly for women within religious institutions. The nature of rebellion that these nuns engaged in was profound. It wasn't just about defying the church's rule set, it was about defying an entire system that sought to silence their emotional and physical needs. The church, at the time, placed a great deal of emphasis on the idea that women's emotions and desires were secondary to their spiritual devotion. The religious vows these nuns took were meant to bind them to a life of silence, solitude, and absolute devotion to God. But as we have seen, the very fabric of the convent's walls, its isolation, and its ritual served to heighten the very human desires the Church sought to suppress. In the absence of emotional and physical intimacy, these nuns formed bonds that transcended the typical relationships of their time. Their connections weren't just physical, they were emotional, spiritual, and deeply personal. The love they found was not about rebellion for rebellion's sake. It was about connection, about bridging the gap between their sacred vows and their human need for affection and intimacy. It is this very complexity that makes their stories so rich and powerful. They weren't just breaking the rules, they were asserting that their emotional lives mattered, that they had the right to love and be loved, just as any human does, and despite the punishments they endured, the love these women experienced remained powerful. Their relationships, however brief or secret, shaped their lives in profound ways. The emotional bonds formed in these secretive moments were not simply acts of defiance, they were acts of survival. For many of these nuns, the love they found in the arms of a monk or in a shared moment with a fellow nun was the only respite from the emotional isolation they endured. Even if they were caught, excommunicated, and ostracized, these experiences shaped their identities and their understanding of what it meant to be human. In some ways, the Church's response to these scandals was a response not just to the nuns' defiance, but to the very idea that their desires, their needs, were worth anything at all. The harsh punishments, the exile, the social disgrace, they were attempts to erase the emotional validity of the nuns' actions. The Church's desire to maintain control over the emotional lives of women was rooted in the belief that women should exist solely to serve God, without the distraction of human desires. But in the end, the Church's heavy-handed attempts to suppress these nuns only ensured that their stories would endure. The more the Church punished them, the more their acts of rebellion took on significance. They became symbols, not of moral failure, but of the human spirit's refusal to be confined by societal expectations. As we think about the lasting legacy of these nuns, it's also crucial to reflect on how their stories fit into the larger narrative of women's rights and liberation. While the feminist movements of later centuries were not yet on the horizon, these nuns' acts of defiance were, in a way, early steps toward the broader conversations about women's autonomy and equality. They asked the same questions that would resonate centuries later. Why can't women be free to love as they wish? Why can't their desires be taken seriously? These early rebellions in the cloistered world of the medieval convent were a powerful statement about the importance of women's emotional and physical autonomy in our modern world, where women continue to fight for the right to live fully, to love fully, and to have their desires acknowledged and respected. These Nuns stories remain relevant. They remind us that the struggle for women's rights is not just about legal equality, but about the right to exist authentically emotionally and physically in a world that has historically sought to control and limit women's expressions of love and desire. These nuns, in their quiet acts of rebellion, were asserting that their love, their emotional lives, were just as valid as anyone else's. The Church may have sought to erase their stories, but in doing so, it only immortalized them. The love, the rebellion, the humanity of these nuns could not be contained by the walls of the convent. Even today, we can look back on these stories as a reminder of the power of love and desire to transcend boundaries. These women, through their love and rebellion, asserted the right to live as fully realized human beings and their stories continue to inspire movements of resistance and change. In the end, the legacies of these medieval nuns are not just about scandal or defiance. They are about the enduring struggle for the right to love, to connect, and to live fully as human beings. Their stories speak to the larger battle for autonomy, for recognition, and for the right to experience the fullness of life in all its forms. Their love, though forbidden by the Church, was not just a transgression. It was a declaration of their humanity. The Church may have tried to suppress these nuns' stories, but they could not erase the truth of their lives. These women, in their quiet rebellion, continue to resonate through the ages, reminding us that love, a desire, and emotional connection are universal human needs that no institution can fully suppress. And, as we reflect on their legacy, we are reminded that even in the darkest corners of history, the light of love will always find a way to shine through. As we continue our journey through the lives of these defiant nuns, it's impossible not to consider the broader cultural and historical impact of their stories. While their individual lives were marked by secrecy, rebellion, and punishment, their collective narrative speaks to something much larger: inescapable tension between personal autonomy and institutional control, between the human desire for connection and the relentless demands of religious devotion. In many ways, the history of these women is part of a much larger story about the role of women within the Church and within society at large. The nuns of medieval Europe were supposed to embody the highest ideals of piety, chastity, and self-sacrifice. They were meant to be examples of devotion, silence, and prayer. Yet, as we've seen, the reality of their lives was much more complex. These women, despite their vows and their commitments, were still human. They still had desires, emotions, and needs that couldn't be ignored or suppressed forever. The Church, in its attempt to maintain control over these women, sought to suppress their humanity, to strip them of their personal identities, and force them to submit entirely to the institution's authority. But the love affairs that took root within the convents revealed the flaws in this system. These nuns, in their secret defiance, exposed the Church's inability to fully control the emotional and physical lives of its followers. The more the Church attempted to repress these desires, the more they seemed to manifest, often in hidden corners of convents or during forbidden meetings with monks and priests. These stories of forbidden love were not just about rebellion, they were about survival. For these women, the emotional and physical connections they formed with others were not just transgressions against their vows, they were vital for their well-being. They were a way of asserting their humanity in a world that sought to strip them of it. In a system that demanded absolute obedience, these nuns found ways to reclaim their autonomy, to live fully in the ways they were denied by their vows. Their love, while secret and often dangerous, was an act of resistance to a system that sought to suppress their emotional lives. The Church's response to these rebellions, as we've seen, was harsh. Excommunication, punishment, and expulsion were the common consequences for nuns caught in these illicit relationships. But despite the Church's attempts to punish them, these nuns left behind a legacy that could not be erased. Their stories became a part of the folklore of the convents, whispered about for generations, and later passed down as a cautionary tale. For some, as a testament to the power of human desire, The more the Church attempted to suppress the truth of these women's lives, the more their stories became a part of the larger narrative of women's struggle for autonomy and emotional freedom. These nuns were not simply victims of an oppressive system. They were active agents in their own stories. Their rebellions, their love affairs, were acts of personal empowerment. They were women who, despite the severe control placed upon them, found ways to live on their own terms. Their love, whether it was romantic, emotional, or spiritual, was their way of asserting their right to be fully human. Despite the limitations placed upon them by religious vows and societal expectations, the cultural impact of these women's rebellions extended far beyond the convent walls. These stories became part of the larger conversation about women's roles within religious institutions. While the Church may have tried to erase these stories, they lived on, not just as scandals, but as symbols of resistance. These nuns' acts of defiance were the seeds of later movements that would challenge the very authority of the Church over women's lives. Over time, their stories contributed to a growing awareness of women's rights, both within the Church and in society as a whole. In many ways, these nuns laid the groundwork for the future movements that would demand women's autonomy not just in the Church but in every aspect of society. The rebellion they engaged in, though quiet and secret, was part of a larger cultural shift that would slowly chip away at the power structures that had long controlled women's bodies and desires. The medieval convents, with their rigid control over women's lives, became the backdrop for the earliest forms of resistance. Long before the feminist movements of the modern era, these women were, in many ways, the early revolutionaries in the fight for women's rights. As we look back on their stories, we can't help but see them as part of a much larger historical narrative, one that continues to unfold today. The struggle for women's autonomy, for the right to love and live on their own terms, continues to shape the conversations about women's roles in religion, in politics, and in society. The nuns of the medieval period, in their defiance and rebellion, they were the first voices in a long struggle to claim the right to emotional freedom, and even though these women were punished, exiled, and shamed, their defiance still speaks to us today. Their stories remind us that the desire for connection, for love, and for human affection is not something that can be silenced. It is a force that transcends boundaries, whether physical, emotional, or religious. These nuns, in their quiet rebellion, showed us that no matter how hard the world tries to control us, the heart will always find a way to break free. As we reflect on their lives, their stories serve as a powerful reminder of the enduring strength of the human spirit. These women did not conform to the expectations placed upon them. They defied them. And, in doing so, they left behind a legacy that continues to inspire us. Their love, their rebellion, their struggle for autonomy speaks to the very core of what it means to be human, to love, to be loved, and to live authentically. Even in the face of overwhelming opposition, in the end, the stories of these medieval nuns are not just about scandal and punishment. They are about the enduring power of love, the strength of the human will, and the ongoing fight for freedom and autonomy in a world that so often seeks to limit both. As we reach the final stretch of our exploration into the lives of these rebellious nuns, it's essential to reflect on the larger historical context that their stories inhabit. Their actions, while intensely personal and secretive, are not isolated incidents. They are the echoes of a broader, deeply ingrained tension within the medieval church. This tension, between the church's attempt to impose control and the natural human drive for connection and intimacy, continues to resonate throughout history. The medieval church, with its complex system of religious vows, was not just an institution of faith, it was a social and political powerhouse that shaped the lives of millions. Its teachings dictated nearly every aspect of life, from what people could eat and wear to how they should think and feel. Women, in particular, were placed in a very specific, highly regulated role within this structure. Nuns were to embody an ideal of purity and devotion, to live a life of service and silence, and to forego all earthly desires. But these very desires, the emotional connections, the need for love and affection, are central to what makes us human. The Church's demand for complete emotional suppression, especially from women in religious life, set the stage for the stories we've been uncovering. For the nuns, the system was both a sanctuary and a prison. It offered protection from the outside world and provided a spiritual focus, but it also isolated them from human connection in a way that was deeply unnatural. The vow of chastity was supposed to sanctify them, to lift them closer to God. Yet for many, it created a profound emotional void. And so, despite their vows, these women found ways to navigate this void through secret relationships, whispered conversations, stolen moments of affection. These acts were not simply rebellious. They were a way to affirm their humanity in a world that tried to erase it. The stories of these nuns, often shrouded in secrecy, are part of the larger story of women's lives in religious institutions. Throughout history, women have been told that their bodies and their emotions belong to God and to the Church, that their desires are secondary to their spiritual duties. The reality, as these nuns demonstrated, was far more complicated. These women, even while confined to their cloistered lives, asserted that their emotions mattered. They demanded the right to love, to feel, and to exist outside the bounds of institutional control. These stories are a testament to the resilience of women, their ability to find moments of connection and intimacy even in the most oppressive of circumstances. And so, the scandal of forbidden love in the convents wasn't just about breaking vows, it was a profound rejection of a system that saw women's desires as sinful and inherently flawed. It was a declaration that women, too, to have the right to live fully, to experience the joys of human connection without shame or fear of punishment. The very fact that these nun stories survived, whispered from generation to generation, suggests that there was something fundamentally powerful about their rebellion. These nuns didn't just break rules, they broke open a conversation about the emotional lives of women. Their defiance was not just an act of personal rebellion, it was a quiet, powerful assertion that women's desires, their emotional and physical needs, are as valid and worthy of respect as any vow or law. This quiet revolution, though it unfolded in the shadows, set the stage for the larger battles that women would fight for autonomy and recognition in the centuries to come. Perhaps the most important aspect of these stories is their reminder that human nature cannot be easily controlled. The Church tried, through punishment, isolation, and suppression, to regulate the emotional and physical lives of women. But love real, messy, beautiful love cannot be confined. It always finds a way to emerge. To push against the boundaries set by power and authority, the love affairs that sparked scandal in these convents were not just about the women's emotions. They were about the fundamental truth that no institution, no matter how powerful, can fully control the hearts of its followers. The very fact that these women's stories were passed down despite the Church's best efforts to erase them speaks to the deep-seated human need for connection, for love, and for emotional freedom. These nuns, through their quiet defiance, showed the world that love, even when it is forbidden, is an act of personal sovereignty. They demonstrated that even in the most repressive of environments, even in the most isolated spaces, the human heart can't help but seek connection. The Church, in its quest for control, failed to recognize this basic truth. Love will always find a way to break free. And as we reflect on these nuns' lives, we can't help but feel a sense of admiration for their courage. They may have been punished, cast out, and shamed, but they were also part of a larger, global narrative about the importance of personal agency, autonomy, and the right to love on one's own terms. The women we've spoken about in this journey were not merely victims of their circumstances, they were rebels. In the truest sense of the word, their love stories, though hidden and often short-lived, were acts of resistance. They were reminders that the power of love, the desire to connect with another person, cannot be suppressed forever. In the end, the legacy of these medieval nuns is not one of scandal and punishment. It is a legacy of love, defiance, and the power of the human spirit. It is a reminder that, no matter how oppressive the system, no matter how tightly the walls are built, love will always find a way to shine through. These women, through their rebellion, showed us that love, désir, and human connection are not just fundamental aspects of the human experience. They are the very forces that sustain us. Their stories will continue to resonate, not just as tales of rebellion, but as a powerful affirmation of the right to love, to be loved, and to live fully, regardless of the constraints placed upon us. As we stand on the threshold of the final leg of this journey through the lives of these rebellious nuns, it's clear that their stories were not just confined to the medieval period. The legacy of their defiance, their pursuit of love, and their struggle for personal autonomy has reverberated through centuries, continuing to echo in the history of religious institutions and the ongoing fight for women's rights and freedoms. The medieval convents were, in many ways, the birthplace of early rebellions against religious control over the personal lives of women. These women were not just breaking vows, they were testing the very foundations of what it meant to be a woman in religious life. Their acts of defiance, their love affairs, and their emotional rebellions were not merely about seeking forbidden pleasure. They were about asserting their right to exist fully as human beings, with desires, emotions, and needs that were no less important than their spiritual lives. While these nuns' stories may have been hidden for centuries, they carry with them an undeniable power. Their emotional lives, which were so closely monitored and controlled by the Church, ultimately became their battleground for freedom. In a world where women were expected to be silent, passive, and pure, These nuns created a space where their humanity could not be denied. Their relationships were not just acts of rebellion against religious law. They were affirmations of the complex, multifaceted nature of womanhood. The question, Defies, becomes not just what happened to these women, but what do their stories teach us about the power dynamics between women and religious institutions? These nuns, in their secret love affairs, were challenging the very systems that sought to control and define them. The church may have wielded power over their lives, but it could not suppress their desire for love, affection, and emotional connection. In doing so, these women became symbols of resistance not just to the church, but to any system that seeks to suppress the emotional and personal autonomy of women. The lasting impact of their defiance can be seen in the gradual changes within the church and within society at large. The stories of these nuns set the stage for the broader conversations that would take place centuries later, particularly as women began to demand more control over their own lives, bodies, and destinies. Though their love affairs may have been short-lived or shrouded in secrecy, they were powerful in their assertion of the right to love freely, to experience intimacy without shame, and to claim emotional autonomy in the face of overwhelming pressure. These women may have been punished for their actions, but in doing so, they left behind a lasting legacy. They were not simply passive victims of an oppressive system. They were active participants in their own stories. They carved out spaces for themselves within the confines of the convent, asserting their own desires and needs, even if it meant breaking the sacred vows they had taken. Their relationships were not just acts of defiance against the church. They were acts of personal empowerment. They were a way for these women to reclaim their humanity in a world that often denied it to them. Looking at these stories through a modern lens, we can see how much they speak to the struggles women face today. The battle for autonomy, for the right to love and live freely, continues. The fight for women's rights in the church is not just about equal access to positions of power, but about the right to exist authentically, without being forced to conform to rigid definitions of piety, purity, or devotion. These nuns were the earliest pioneers in that fight. They may not have known it, but their defiance in the face of church authority laid the groundwork for future generations of women who would demand the right to love, to be loved, and to live fully as they are. And as we think about these nuns, we're reminded that love, desire, and connection are not just biological impulses. They are fundamental aspects of what it means to be human. The nuns who engaged in forbidden love affairs did not do so merely to break the rules or rebel against authority. They did it because they were driven by something far deeper, the human need to be seen, to be loved, and to experience intimacy. Their love was not a threat to their spirituality. It was an essential part of their humanity. In a world that sought to control and suppress women's emotions, these nuns' love stories were revolutionary. They weren't just breaking the rules. They were asserting that their emotions, their desires, and their bodies were their own. These relationships were not just acts of rebellion. They were acts of personal sovereignty, of women claiming ownership over their own emotional lives. The stories of these nuns are a testament to the enduring power of love and desire in the face of repression. They remind us that, no matter how hard an institution tries to control human emotions, there will always be those who find ways to express their humanity, to live freely, and to love authentically. These women, in their quiet defiance, showed the world that love cannot be contained by walls, by vows, or by institutions. It will always find a way to emerge, to break free, and to shine brightly. As we close this chapter on the lives of these medieval nuns, we are left with a powerful truth. The fight for love, for freedom, and for autonomy is not a battle of the past, it is an ongoing struggle. The stories of these nuns, hidden in the shadows for so long, serve as a reminder of the strength and resilience of the human heart, and of the universal need for connection, intimacy, and love. These women were not just victims of their circumstances, they were agents of change, whose defiance continues to inspire those who fight for the right to live fully, to love deeply, and to be free. As we reflect on the legacy of these rebellious nuns, we come to realize that their stories are part of a much larger historical narrative about the intersection of religious devotion, personal autonomy, and the right to love freely. These women, often viewed as outcasts or sinners in their time, ultimately became symbols of resistance. Their defiance in the face of strict institutional control reveals a deeper truth: the human spirit, in its pursuit of connection, love, and self-expression, cannot easily be suppressed. Their struggles resonate not only in the medieval period, but continue to echo in our present day as we grapple with issues of control, identity, and the role of institutions in shaping personal lives. These nuns were not just rejecting religious doctrine, they were challenging a system that sought to control every aspect of their lives. The vow of chastity was meant to strip them of their personal desires and emotional needs, rendering them as vessels of piety and purity. However, the reality was that these women were fully alive, with emotional depth, desire, and connections that could not be confined by religious vows. The nuns' illicit relationships, though scandalous in their time, were ultimately an assertion of their right to love, to feel, and to connect with others on a human level. These acts were a form of rebellion not against faith, but against the constraints of a system that saw their humanity as secondary to their spiritual duties. One of the most striking aspects of these stories is the stark contrast between the ideal of the holy, obedient nun and the lived experiences of the women who occupied these convents. The Church expected the nuns to adhere to an ideal that was, for many, unattainable. The emotional and physical isolation of convent life, combined with the stringent vow of chastity, created a tension that could not easily be resolved. The love affairs that many of these women engaged in were not about escaping religious life. They were about asserting their humanity in a system that demanded they suppress it. These women sought the affection and intimacy that were denied to them in the convent's strict, repressive environment. Their actions were acts of personal empowerment, of claiming ownership over their emotional lives. Despite the Church's attempts to control them, and perhaps that's what makes these stories so compelling, they are not just about defying the rules. They are about the fundamental human need to be seen, to be loved, and to experience connection. The nuns' rebellions speak to a deeper truth about the human condition, the need for emotional intimacy, for human touch, for affection, is not something that can be easily erased by religious vows or societal constraints. These desires are as essential to being human as anything else. And when those desires are repressed or denied, they don't simply fade away, they emerge in ways that defy expectations. in quiet rebellions that can shake the foundations of institutions. In the years that followed these scandals, the legacy of these women continued to ripple out, albeit in ways that were subtle and often overlooked. The Church, despite its best efforts to suppress these stories, could not entirely erase the impact of these nuns' defiance. Their love affairs became part of the cultural conversation, passed down as both cautionary tales and symbols of resistance. These stories were told and retold, gaining new significance as they moved through generations. The more the Church tried to suppress the truth of these relationships, the more powerful the stories became. These nuns' actions, and the Church's harsh response, spoke to the deeper issues of control, power, and autonomy. In the long run, their defiance helped lay the groundwork for later struggles for women's rights and autonomy. Not just within the Church, but in society at large, these nuns were early pioneers in the fight for emotional freedom. While they may not have had the language or the framework for a modern feminist movement, their actions were an early form of resistance against the suppression of women's desires and autonomy. Their love affairs, though hidden and often punished, were acts of personal agency, of women reclaiming control over their emotional lives in a world that sought to define them by their obedience to religious authority. In this way, these nuns' rebellions were deeply connected to the larger struggle for women's rights. The need to love freely, to connect with others, to be seen as a whole person. These were the same struggles that women would fight for in the centuries to come. As we consider the historical significance of these nuns' love stories, we also see how they challenged the traditional narratives about religious life and the role of women in the Church. The Church, in its attempt to suppress these women's desires, inadvertently revealed its own hypocrisy. The same institution that demanded complete obedience from women, that sought to control every aspect of their lives, was itself filled with men who broke their vows, who engaged in secret relationships, and who were rarely punished as harshly as the women who dared to love. This double standard, the unequal application of religious laws, only added to the sense of injustice that many of these women felt. What these nuns revealed, through their love affairs and emotional rebellions, was that the ideal of religious life of absolute devotion and chastity was an unattainable and unrealistic standard for many. They were not rejecting God, they were rejecting a system that ignored the fundamental truth of their humanity. They were women who desired connection, love, and affection, just as much as anyone else. And in the face of a system that sought to suppress these desires, they fought to reclaim their emotional lives, even if it meant breaking the vows they had taken. As we reflect on their stories, we also recognize the broader societal implications of their defiance. The medieval Church may have sought to control women's bodies and emotions, but these women showed that no matter how tightly an institution tries to suppress the human spirit, it will always find a way to assert itself. Their love, their rebellion, was a reminder that the human heart cannot be contained. The nuns' actions continue to resonate today, not just as a historical curiosity, but as a reminder of the enduring power of love, autonomy, and the fight for emotional freedom. Their legacies are not just about scandal or punishment. They are about the universal desire for love and connection, the assertion of personal autonomy in a world that seeks to suppress it, and the recognition that love, in all its forms, is a fundamental human need. Their stories, though hidden in the past, continue to inspire and remind us that the human heart cannot be silenced, that love will always find a way. As we delve even deeper into the lives of these rebellious nuns, we cannot ignore the broader social dynamics that played out in response to their acts of defiance. These women, while operating within a religious institution, also participated in a larger cultural shift-tone that would unfold across centuries and slowly transform society's understanding of power, identity, and agency. Particularly for women, their secret rebellions against the church weren't isolated incidents. They were part of an ongoing struggle that would, over time, lead to fundamental changes in how women were viewed and treated, not only in religious life, but across all aspects of society. At the heart of this struggle is the tension between institutional control and individual autonomy. The medieval church held immense power over its followers, dictating not only their actions but their thoughts and emotions as well. Women, especially those in religious life, were expected to surrender all personal agency in service of God. They were asked to be silent, obedient, and pure, and to sacrifice their own desires for the sake of spiritual devotion. But these nuns, in their love affairs and their defiance, revealed the essential flaw in this system. They were not simply obedient servants, they were human beings, capable of experiencing love, desire, and emotional connection. Their defiance in the face of this system was not just an act of rebellion. It was a profound assertion of their right to experience life in its fullest form, with all the emotional and physical complexity that entails. The relationships they formed, whether with fellow nuns, monks, or priests, were not just about breaking vows. They were about asserting that their emotional lives mattered. These women were not rejecting their faith. They were rejecting a system that attempted to erase their humanity. In doing so, they became early pioneers in a long tradition of women fighting for the right to love, to feel, and to live authentically, even in the face of immense societal pressure. While these nuns' stories were often buried under layers of shame and punishment, they slowly began to shape the cultural memory of the time. The secrecy surrounding their affairs only fueled their allure, turning them into legends whispered through convent halls and eventually passed down through generations. In a world where women's actions were largely defined by their relationship to the church and their ability to conform to societal expectations, these nuns' rebellions became symbols of resistance. They were proof that even in the most controlled, oppressive environments, human nature will always find a way to assert itself. The stories of these women were not just whispered in hushed tones. They were part of a much larger conversation about the role of women within religious institutions and, more broadly, within society. These nuns' rebellions were not just acts of defiance against the church. They were challenges to a societal system that sought to control women's bodies, their emotions, and their identities. In this way, their stories were a direct challenge to the patriarchal structures of power that had long dominated medieval life. They were showing the world that women had the right to experience emotional freedom, and that their desires were not inherently sinful or shameful. The repercussions of their defiance were far-reaching. When a scandal broke out in a convent, it wasn't just the women involved who were punished. The entire community was forced to confront the contradictions at the heart of religious life. The church had created a system where women were required to sacrifice everything: their identity, their desires, their humanity on the altar of piety. Yet, despite the church's attempt to maintain control, These nuns' acts of rebellion revealed the limitations of that power. The very existence of these love affairs pointed to the truth that no institution, no matter how powerful, you can fully control human nature. The Church responded to these scandals with harsh punishment, excommunication, expulsion, public shaming. But in doing so, the Church inadvertently highlighted the very thing it sought to suppress: the fundamental human need for love, connection, and intimacy. By punishing these nuns, the Church not only attacked the individuals involved, but it also sent a message to the wider community that women's desires were something to be feared and controlled. In many cases, this only strengthened the resolve of those who sought to break free from the constraints of religious life, making these women's acts of rebellion resonate even more powerfully across time. It's also important to note the larger historical context in which these nuns' stories unfolded. These love affairs didn't just take place in a vacuum, they were part of a wider cultural environment that was shifting in significant ways. The medieval period, while marked by religious authority and control, was also a time of intellectual and social upheaval. The Renaissance was just around the corner, and the Reformation was beginning to stir. These nun stories were part of a larger movement away from the strict, monolithic structures of the Church towards a more individualistic approach to spirituality, one that would eventually challenge the very power of the papacy and pave the way for new understandings of human freedom and autonomy. While these nuns may not have been consciously participating in these larger cultural shifts, their actions were undeniably part of the changing landscape of religious life. They were among the earliest individuals to challenge the suffocating constraints of institutional religion, asserting their right to love and to live fully as human beings. Their rebellion set the stage for the larger movements that would follow, particularly the feminist movements of the Enlightenment and beyond, which would demand not only spiritual freedom but also social, political, and economic equality for women. In the grand scheme of history, these medieval nuns were not just breaking religious vows, they were breaking the very structure that had long controlled women's lives. They were asserting their right to love, to connect, and to experience their full humanity, even when that meant breaking with tradition and defying the Church. Their stories serve as powerful reminders of the enduring struggle for women's rights and the ongoing fight for emotional freedom in the face of oppressive institutions. The legacy of these nuns' rebellions is not just one of scandal or punishment. It is a legacy of resistance, of women standing up for their right to love freely and to live authentically. In the centuries that followed, their stories would be remembered, not as mere acts of defiance, but as foundational moments in the larger struggle for women's autonomy and equality. Their courage, their humanity, and their love continue to resonate today, inspiring those who fight for the right to live fully, to love deeply, and to be free. As we near the end of our exploration into the rebellious lives of these medieval nuns, it's important to understand that their stories are not merely echoes of the past. They are lessons, living legacies that speak to contemporary struggles for emotional freedom, autonomy, and equality. These women, who dared to love in the face of institutional oppression, showed us that the human need for connection and intimacy is not something that can be erased by authority or doctrine. Their actions were not just about breaking religious vows, they were about reclaiming their humanity in the most profound and personal way possible. While their love affairs may seem scandalous by modern standards, The truth of these women's experiences is far more complex. In their pursuit of love and connection, they were challenging a system that sought to strip them of their personal identities. The medieval church, with its strict codes of conduct and expectations of purity, created an environment in which women were denied their emotional and physical autonomy. The convents, meant to be places of spiritual retreat and devotion, became prisons of emotional repression, where women were expected to suppress the very desires that made them human. In response, these nuns fought back not with weapons or force, but with love, rebellion, and a fierce assertion of their right to live fully. The lives of these women are a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Despite being subjected to the strictest forms of religious control, these nuns found ways to resist, to claim their agency, and to love as freely as they could in a system that sought to confine them. The secrecy of their love affairs, though often hidden from public view, was not just about breaking the rules. It was a silent form of protest. By loving, by creating deep emotional connections, they were making a powerful statement. The church could control their bodies, their labor, their words, but it could not control their hearts. Their stories are not merely historical curiosities. They are part of a larger ongoing narrative about the right to love freely, to live authentically, and to assert personal agency in the face of oppressive systems. In many ways, these nuns were among the first to fight for the right to love on their own terms. They did not ask for permission, nor did they wait for societal approval. They loved because they were human, because it was their right to do so. And in doing so, they rejected the notion that their desires were sinful or shameful. And while the consequences of their actions were severe excommunication, exile, punishment, the emotional toll was just as significant. The love these nuns shared was not simply a fleeting indulgence. It was a deep, emotional bond that provided the intimacy and connection they craved in a world that denied them both. To be cast out, to be made to feel that the love they had experienced was wrong or sinful, was a punishment far worse than any physical exile. It was a punishment that sought to sever them not only from their community, but from their very sense of self. And yet, despite this, their love endured, even in exile, even in disgrace. Their emotional bonds remained, demonstrating the resilience of love in the face of adversity. It's important to note that the stories of these women didn't just fade away, despite the church's attempts to erase them. These nuns' love affairs became part of the folklore of their time. They were passed down through whispers and legends, carrying with them an air of both scandal and admiration. These nuns were not simply viewed as sinners. They were seen as symbols of defiance, symbols of resistance against an institution that sought to control the most intimate parts of their lives. Their stories became a powerful reminder that, no matter how oppressive the systems around us may be, the human heart will always find a way to assert itself. Over the centuries, the impact of these nuns' stories grew. Their actions, though initially viewed with disdain, became part of a broader cultural shift. As the centuries passed, women began to question their place in religious life, and the world at large. More forcefully, the rise of feminist movements, the push for women's suffrage, and the fight for equality in religious and social institutions all found their roots in the very rebellions that these nuns had started. These women, though they lived in a time far removed from our own, were part of the larger struggle for women's rights, autonomy, and self-expression. Today, their stories serve as powerful symbols of resistance in a world where the fight for emotional freedom, for the right to love and live authentically, continues. The legacy of these nuns offers valuable lessons. They remind us that no institution, no matter how powerful, can ever fully control the human heart, that even in the most repressive environments, love will always find a way to emerge. These nun stories, though buried in history, continue to resonate because they speak to universal truths about the nature of love, the importance of personal agency, and the ongoing struggle for women's rights. These women were not just breaking the rules, they were breaking barriers. Their acts of rebellion may have been hidden, but they were profound, powerful, and transformative. Their love, their defiance, and their humanity continue to inspire those who fight for freedom and authenticity in the face of societal constraints. As we reflect on their lives, we are reminded that the fight for emotional freedom, for love, and for autonomy is not a battle of the past. It is an ongoing struggle that shapes the world we live in today. In the end, the legacy of these nuns is not one of scandal, but of empowerment. They were women who dared to love in the face of overwhelming opposition. They were women who asserted their humanity, who refused to be defined solely by their vows or by the authority of the Church. Their stories serve as a reminder that the desire for love, for connection, and for emotional freedom is not a luxury, is a fundamental part of what it means to be human. As we near the conclusion of our deep dive into the lives of these medieval nuns and their acts of rebellion, we must pause to recognize the broader impact of their actions, not just within the religious context of their time, but in the lasting effects these stories have had on our understanding of personal freedom, spiritual expression, and the complex relationship between authority and autonomy. The nuns' defiance against the rigid religious control of the medieval church goes beyond historical scandal. These women were part of a larger cultural and social shift, laying the groundwork for future movements, advocating for autonomy, emotional agency, and the recognition of women's desires as natural and human. These women, through their love affairs and their desire for connection, were asserting their own right to live as fully human individuals. Their stories, often hidden and suppressed, reveal a deep-seated truth that still resonates today. No matter how much control is exerted over our bodies, hearts, and minds, we will always find ways to express our needs, desire, and emotions. The medieval church tried to silence these women, but they became symbols of resistance. By loving freely, by seeking connection even in a place where such connections were forbidden, they showed the world that their humanity could not be erased. And in doing so, they created a shift that would eventually ripple through centuries of history. These nuns' emotional lives and the connections they formed are not only historical anomalies, they are part of a long struggle for women's emotional and physical autonomy. The act of loving in the face of institutional repression was not merely about breaking rules. It was about asserting a fundamental truth that the church could not suppress. Love, connection, and intimacy are vital parts of human existence. And to deny them is to deny what makes us truly human. What's particularly powerful is how these women's stories, although scandalous in their time, were not entirely forgotten. The very act of suppression by the Church only ensured that the whispers about these women and their love affairs would carry on as incessant. Their actions challenged the very ideals that were held up as the epitome of piety and holiness. They were making a bold statement, not only about the right to love and connect with others, but also about the need to claim one's personal autonomy. The shame and punishment that followed their love affairs were not the end of their stories. They were part of a larger narrative that spanned generations, continuing to shape the conversation about women's rights and the struggle for personal freedom. Despite the public humiliation, exile, and punishment these nuns faced, their stories became a form of resistance, a quiet rebellion that spoke to the larger issue of women's autonomy in the face of overwhelming authority. And though the Church sought to maintain its control over the hearts and minds of women, the emotional bonds formed by these nuns proved to be far stronger than the Church's efforts to suppress them. In fact, the more the Church tried to eliminate these stories, the more they lived on, embedded in the cultural fabric of the time. The nuns' love, though forbidden and unacknowledged, became part of the folklore, passed down as a quiet rebellion against the authoritarianism of the Church. This paradox, the suppression of their stories alongside the quiet defiance they embodied, serves as a reminder of how institutions often try to control not just actions, but emotions and desires. The love affairs of these nuns were not about breaking vows for the sake of rebellion. They were a profound assertion of the right to experience love, connection, and intimacy, to exist authentically as human beings. The Church tried to remove them from the fabric of society, to erase the human truths they represented. But in doing so, it only made them more significant. Their stories became symbols of the enduring human struggle for the right to live authentically and to love freely, regardless of societal or institutional constraints. As we reflect on these stories today, we cannot ignore the fact that the struggles of these nuns echo in modern conversations about women's rights, emotional autonomy, and the desire to live free from the control of powerful institutions. In our own time, women continue to fight for the right to love and live freely, unencumbered by the oppressive forces that seek to restrict their personal agency. The stories of these nuns are a powerful reminder that the desire for connection, love, and freedom is not just a personal longing, it is a fundamental human need. These women's love stories, though forbidden and transgressive in their time, laid the foundation for future generations to question the control exerted by institutions over the most intimate parts of their lives. Today, as we look back on the legacy of these medieval nuns, we must remember that their stories were not simply about defying the rules. They were about asserting their right to be fully human. These women showed us that love, in all its forms, is a force that cannot be contained, and that even in the most oppressive environments, the human need for connection and intimacy will find a way to emerge. The nuns' rebellions, though hidden, were significant acts of resistance that continue to inspire those who fight for the right to love, to live freely, and to be seen and recognized as fully autonomous individuals. These women's actions serve as a blueprint for the ongoing struggle for women's rights. They remind us that the fight for freedom, whether it's emotional, physical, or spiritualis one, that transcends time. The defiance of these nuns, their quiet rebellions against the Church's control, continue to speak to us today. Their love was not just a personal act, it was a statement that cannot be erased. It was a call for the recognition of the fundamental humanity of women, the right to love and be loved, to be free to express our emotions, and to live lives that are true to our deepest needs and desires. As we close this chapter on the lives of these nuns, we are left with the enduring truth that love cannot be contained, emotions cannot be suppressed, and that the struggle for autonomy and personal freedom is one that will continue to shape our world for generations to come. As we approach the final stretch of this journey, it's impossible not to reflect on the profound nature of these nuns' stories and the legacy they have left behind. Their acts of rebellion were not merely acts of disobedience, they were declarations of humanity. These women, trapped within the strictures of medieval religious life, found ways to break free from the confinements that sought to erase their emotional and physical desires. They loved despite the prohibitions, and in doing so, they changed the course of history, revealing the power of love as a force that cannot be contained by institutions or authority. While the immediate consequences for these women were dire expulsion from convents, excommunication, and lifelong shame, the long-term effects of their actions had a lasting impact on the cultural and social landscape. The Church may have tried to suppress these stories, but as we've seen, the more it tried to cover up the truth, the more these rebellious nuns' lives became entrenched in the collective memory. Their love stories, which once played out in secret corners of the convents, gradually gained a different meaning. They weren't just cautionary tales, they were symbols of resistance. They showed the world that love and desire were human needs, and no matter how hard the Church or society tried to silence them, they would always find a way to manifest. These nuns were part of a much larger historical and social shift, one that questioned the absolute control of religious institutions over personal lives. The medieval Church's desire to dominate every aspect of life, including emotions, relationships, and sexuality, is now seen as an oppressive force. But the acts of defiance by these women opened up a broader conversation, one that would be built upon in future generations by social reformers, feminists, and human rights activists. Their courage to love and to live authentically, even when faced with severe punishment, marked the beginning of a long battle for the personal autonomy of women and marginalized groups in society. When we look at these nuns, we see women who were fighting for the right to live fully as themselves, women who demanded to be seen not just as religious instruments or obedient servants, but as human beings with complex emotions and needs. These nuns were not only rejecting religious control, they were asserting their humanity in the most intimate and powerful way possible, through love. By doing so, they gave future generations of women a model of emotional autonomy, showing that the right to love freely, the right to experience the fullness of human emotion, was not something that should be dictated by authority or tradition. But their rebellion did not come without a cost. The punishment they endured was not just physical, it was emotional, psychological, and social. Being cast out of their convents, stripped of their religious titles, and forced to live in disgrace must have been incredibly painful. These women had dedicated their lives to the Church, to a system that promised spiritual fulfillment, only to find that their most human desires were seen as sinful. The emotional toll of being cast aside for loving, of being made to feel that their love was wrong, was likely far worse than the physical punishment they endured. Yet, in their exile, in their shame, these women were also liberated, no longer constrained by the rules and expectations of the convent. They were able to live as more fully realized individuals. The relationships they had formed, whether short-lived or enduring, remained part of their personal histories, part of who they were. Even in the face of expulsion and exile, they had asserted something powerful. Their emotional lives mattered. Their love was not something to be erased, it was something to be remembered. The very fact that their stories lived on, passed through whispers and legends, speaks to the power of the emotional connections they had made. The shame and punishment they endured could not destroy the love they had shared. And in this, there was a victory, even in the face of profound loss. As we reflect on the emotional and spiritual cost of these rebellions, it's important to consider the larger implications for the church and religious institutions. The church's obsession with purity, chastity, and control over human desire is, in many ways, a reflection of society's broader attempt to regulate and suppress emotions. These nuns, in their love affairs, were challenging that regulation. They were saying that love cannot be contained, that human emotions are too vast, too powerful to be confined by religious doctrine. In doing so, they not only questioned the church's control over their lives, but also exposed the church's own contradictions. The very institution that demanded absolute purity and chastity from women was, in many ways, guilty of neglecting the emotional and physical needs of its followers. The church, in its attempts to suppress love, only heightened its allure. Today, the stories of these nuns still resonate in the larger struggle for women's rights, emotional freedom, and the right to exist authentically. Their acts of defiance laid the groundwork for future generations of women who would demand autonomy over their bodies, their desires, and their lives. The struggle for emotional and personal freedom is not just a historical issue, it's an ongoing battle that continues to shape the world in which we live today. These nuns' stories remind us that love, desire, and the need for human connection are not peripheral to human existence. They are central to it. We can look to their defiance not just as an act of rebellion, but as an act of survival. The church's demands for obedience, silence, and chastity left little room for the rich, complicated emotional lives of women. But these nuns found ways to carve out spaces for themselves within the constraints of that system. Their love affairs, though forbidden, were acts of self-affirmation. They were living proof that even in the most repressive systems, the human spirit will always find a way to assert itself. Love, no matter how suppressed, will always find a way to emerge. As we close this chapter on their lives, we see that these women's stories, while rooted in the past, are not bound by it. Their love, their rebellions, and their emotional defiance are part of an ongoing narrative that speaks to the core of what it means to be human. The right to love freely, to experience intimacy without fear, and to live authentically is not just a battle of the past. It's a battle that continues to shape our world today. These nuns, in their quiet rebellions, gave voice to the emotional lives of women, showing us that love cannot be silenced, cannot be erased. It is a force that will always find a way to break through, no matter the barriers placed in its path. As we arrive at the final section of this narrative, it's essential to acknowledge the enduring power of these medieval nuns' stories, which have transcended their time to become a powerful symbol of resistance and resilience. Their lives marked by love, rebellion, and punishment speak to an enduring truth. No matter how much authority or tradition tries to suppress the human spirit, or désir, and our emotions, they will always find a way to break through. In reflecting on these women's lives, we recognize that their struggle was not just for love, it was for the right to live fully and authentically, to experience the complexities of human emotion without fear of condemnation. These nuns were not just victims of a religious system that demanded their absolute obedience. They were women who fought to reclaim their emotional and physical autonomy. Their relationships, whether fleeting or lasting, were not simply acts of defiance against the Church. They were profound affirmations of their humanity. Despite the Church's best efforts to suppress their emotional lives, these women found ways to experience love, intimacy, and connection. Their love affairs, though illicit and forbidden, were acts of survival in a world that sought to strip them of their agency. What makes their stories so powerful is not simply the rebellion itself, but the emotional depth that these women demonstrated. They didn't merely seek affection, they sought authenticity. In a world that demanded they suppress their most human emotions, these women found ways to assert that their hearts, their desires, and their connections were just as valid as any vow of chastity. These nuns were not rejecting their faith. They were rejecting a system that did not allow them to fully express the depth of their humanity. In their love, they found not just rebellion, but freedom. Freedom to live, to feel, to connect, and to be seen. These acts of rebellion were not just personal. They were a critique of the broader structure of religious and societal control that sought to keep women in the shadows, to reduce them to mere vessels of spiritual purity. The Church demanded absolute chastity, silence, and obedience from its followers. Yet, in denying women their humanity, it inadvertently created the very conditions for defiance. These nuns' love affairs revealed the deep contradictions within the religious system. They showed that no matter how much control the Church sought to exert, the human spirit, driven by the need for connection, could never be fully suppressed. As we look at these nun stories today, we see them as part of a larger historical movement. While their actions were rooted in a time and place vastly different from our own, the fundamental truths they uncovered about love, autonomy, and the desire to live authentically continue to resonate in our modern world. The struggle for women's rights, for emotional freedom, and for the ability to love without shame or restriction is ongoing. These nuns were among the first to resist the rigid control placed upon them by an institution that sought to erase their desires, and their courage paved the way for future generations to continue the fight for emotional and physical autonomy. In many ways, their rebellions were not just personal acts, they were foundational moments in the broader history of the fight for women's rights. Their love stories, though hidden and often punished, became symbols of resistance to an institution that sought to control women's bodies, minds, and hearts. And though the Church may have sought to erase these stories, the fact that they survived speaks to their power. The love these women experienced, though forbidden, could not be contained by walls, by vows, or by punishment. It lived on, carried through whispers, legends, and cultural memory, continuing to shape the conversation about love, désir, and freedom. As we reflect on these stories, we must remember that the right to love freely, to express our desires, And to live authentically is not a luxury, it is a fundamental part of what it means to be human. These nuns, in their quiet rebellion, showed the world that love is not a force that can be confined by the walls of an institution. Love, désir, and human connection will always find a way to break free. The very act of loving, of asserting their emotional needs, was a declaration of independence and a refusal to be defined by an external authority. In the end, these medieval nuns were not simply breaking vows, they were asserting their right to be seen, to be loved, and to love in return. They fought for the right to live fully as human beings, not just as obedient servants of the Church. Their love stories, whether brief or enduring, were profound acts of self-expression, defiance, and survival. And while they were punished for their actions, their defiance left a lasting legacy. They showed us that, even in the most oppressive environments, love will always find a way to flourish. Their stories continue to inspire us today, reminding us of the power of love, the importance of personal autonomy, and the ongoing fight for emotional freedom. These women's rebellions were not just about defying the Church, they were about affirming the right to live authentically, to experience love without shame, and to assert our humanity in a world that so often seeks to define us by its rules. The legacy of these nuns is not one of scandal or punishment, but one of resistance and empowerment, a reminder that the human heart will always seek connection, no matter the barriers placed in its way. As you gently let your mind rest, think back to the powerful, hidden lives of those nuns, those courageous, rebellious women who dared to love beyond the walls that confined them. Their stories, woven through secrecy, pain, and defiance, remind us that no matter how hard the world tries to suppress the human heart, it will always find a way to be free. And maybe, just maybe, that's the greatest lesson of all. Love, in all its forms, is unstoppable. It's a force that can't be held back by time, by rules, or by authority. It will find a way. So, as you begin to settle in, let the hum of the world outside fade away. Take a deep breath and allow the weight of today's journey to slowly lift from your shoulders. Let the stories of those nuns, those beautiful, defiant souls, become nothing more than whispers in the background of your thoughts. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Sweet dreams.